we'll have an email going out if you register. So there's the registration right there. Make sure that you register, because then we can have you on the post calls. And I'm going to be running the first one Sunday night. We're going to talk about what we learned. We're going to build as a community, and we're very excited to have that. So it's great. We have people from Canada, from Malaysia, from, it's funny when you have the US, we always say the state, right? Don't we do that? Isn't that, you'll have countries, but Australia, it's been great. Utah, this is the states. Arizona, Denver, that's Colorado, Wyoming. People are coming from all around the world for this.
Italy. Wow, we got Italy as well. That's pretty cool. Italy's here too.
I know. I saw Italy just pop up. That's right.
India's in the house.
India just popped up. This is fantastic, and this is just a great show. So, it is just one of those days where we just move forward. I'm just seeing. Okay, we're just waiting for our guest host. She says she'll be on in just a minute. And as we create this into everything else we're doing, I want to thank all the viewers from all around the world for watching. Yeah, look at this. I love the diversity. It is, because it's people coming from villages to large cities, to CEOs, and from all around the world, because we're bringing that positive media out there. We're bringing that communication and connection, and you're one team, one family. The other thing that's great, Jeff, is you look at the numbers, is people are staying on, right?
Yes.
People are literally staying on all day with us. And
like we're 2 hours in, and we've still got thousands of people here tuning in. It's amazing.
I know, it really is amazing. So, all right, here we go. We're going to move to a panel. So what we're going to do is, when you listen to a panel, listen to actually everybody's going to give you one thing that you can take away. They're interactive. Oh, fantastic. Look, they have a village of 110 people watching. Let's give that a round of applause. This is awesome. And the leaders are phenomenal. Thank you all. This inspires global connection. That's coming in from Italy. DC, thank you so much for supporting us and always being on. And I know you travel the world, so we never know where you are, but it's a great thing. So, all right, Jeff, I'm going to bring up the next panel. It's podcasters, it's thought leaders, and everything that you need to ask questions about, please do. I'm going to turn this over, and let's give a big thunderous round of applause to our host, who actually, the funniest thing is the miscommunication, but she's here today. She's ready to go. Let's give it up for Chris Ashley. And Chris, introduce yourself and take it away.
Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, miscommunication. I was told this was Saturday. 5 minutes ago, we realized it's today. And so leadership is about showing up, whether your hair is wet and you're fresh out of the shower or anything. And I am just so grateful to be a part of this amazing event with the Los Angeles Tribune, and to be on a panel with so many of my incredible fellow podcasters. So you're all so amazing. I love all of your shows. I've gotten to meet each of you individually. And why don't you just take a moment and introduce yourself to the audience, let them know what your show is called, and how about just one thing that leadership means to you, so we stay on theme. So Dr. Jake, who's a brand new doctor, congrats, Jake, if you want to go first.
Thanks, Chris. Hey,
I'm going to jump to the stage for 1 second, everybody. Hi there. Because we're just getting some feedback. When you're not speaking, go ahead and mute yourself, and that will kill the feedback we're having. Thank you.
Stupid feedback. But we like feedback, right? Isn't feedback on one aspect the thing that that's how we grow and we learn? Isn't that the thing? Except this is the bad feedback today. Yeah, my name is Dr. Jake Clendenning. I am the host of Total Disruption podcast and Boardroom Battleground with my co-host, Michael Labersi. We do all the stuff in the thing. So like one thing about leadership, I would tell you today, and we heard it yesterday, and we've heard it several times today. It is relative to being a leader, not a manager, right? It's leading ourselves, not just leading people. So it's the ability to lead ourselves. And I'm gonna run with the gardening theme, because I don't know who said it yesterday, but I'm gonna beg forgiveness because I forgot. But it was beautiful because I was writing so many notes except your name. You were using gardening as the reference of it. You plant a seed to start new behavior, to start moving down this road. You can't expect to harvest it right away. It's going to take 85, 90, 120 days to be able to harvest that new behavior, that new theory. Joseph talked about it today. It was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love that because so many people, kind of like Joseph was talking about, want to have their thing right now, right? But it's about having that vision and knowing your why and keep going even when the challenges show up. So thanks for sharing that, Dr. Jake. I love that. Let's turn it over to Mark. We'd love to hear a bit about you as well.
Sure. My name is Mark DeGrasse. I'm the host and founder of Dads in Autism Land. It's basically a podcast for dads of all autism levels. I am actually a severely autistic dad, so it really affects families. And so my goal is really to give these families a voice, hopefully some support and some tips on how they can keep it going because it's a difficult situation. In regards to leadership, I will echo the vision is 100%. My other job is actually teaching branding and AI, and that's actually the thing we start with all brands, where we say, okay, the thing that matters more than anything else is the vision of the founder. And where brands tend to go wrong is they start to delegate this vision to other people in their company as they start to hire, and then the whole company gets diluted into this, made by committee brand, which isn't a brand at all. So if you could solidify your vision, and for us, that means making it not just pretty, where it's I want to change the world. It has to be quantifiable and it has to be ambitious, because what you're doing as a founder of a company is essentially making a vision that's big enough and broad enough where everybody you hire can fit their visions within. And so, yes, it's all about the vision.
I love that so much. And it's so amazing how many people don't have that vision, don't have their North Star. And I think that that's relatable whether you're an entrepreneur, like we've been talking about today, or just in your relationship or your personal development, or your health, right? It's so important to have that vision. So thank you for bringing that up. That's really great. Alana's amazing. You're all going to love her. Alana, tell us a bit about yourself.
Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. So I'm a mindfulness coach, and my podcast is called Creating Abundance. And it's about creating abundance for your health, your wealth, and your happiness. It's not just one, it's all of it, right? So as a leader, what does that mean? That means you have to take care of yourself first. Your health is the most important aspect as a leader, as anyone really. Coming from a clear mind, a clear conscience, opening your gut, being aware, being able to listen and to solidify your vision, right? Why? What is the why? Why are you leading? And this has to do with not just running a company or a product or a service, but running your family at home, running a congregation, running a community. How is it that what you want to convey, why is it important? How does it serve others? And how can you stand in a strong, confident position so that you can guide others to create subcommittees that will continue to follow or flow with your vision?
Absolutely beautifully said. And like you said, this transverses all things in life, like we were just talking about with Mark. So having this vision, knowing your why, it's so important. And finally, Kathy, love Kathy's podcast as well. Kathy, tell us about yourself.
Hello, friends. Kathy Riley, CEO and founder of Sharing the Shine, because when you show up as your authentic self, you shine. I'm the podcast host of Breaking Bad Communication, because leaders and in leadership, it's all about communicating. Our biggest mistake is that people think that they have communicated, right? They think they have an understanding. So the layers are, what's said, what's heard, and then the questions in between to make sure we're all on the same page. That equates to effective communication. So we talk about that in the podcast. I talk about that from stage. And that's part of the things that within leaders, we really need to make sure our team, we're all on the same page, because otherwise that's where we get hiccups, right? We get conflicts, we have troubles. And when we want it smooth sailing, we all need to be on the same page.
It's so important. Thank you for bringing up communication. And communication, like that's how we get our message across to the world because we're podcasters, but also in our interpersonal relationships, with our peers, with our neighbors, with our friends, our family. Communication is so important. So such an important topic that you cover. So, one thing about my podcast is that I have had so many unexpected learnings from it. I got into this to help promote a book, and I've learned so much, so many surprises along the way. So, bringing it back to leadership, I would love to hear how podcasting for you has helped you become a better leader. And let's start with Alana this time.
Okay, I love this question. How has podcasting helped me become a better leader? Really, it's about listening. First of all, I love people who take the leap of faith and lead and follow their dreams. And so on my podcast, I interview people who do that, right? Whether they're CEOs or authors or podcasters. And I love to hear their story, not just their story, but the story of how they move past obstacles. Because let's face it, we are all going to be facing obstacles in our life. Once we pass through one, there will be another. It's what do you do with that? How do you learn from it? How do you grow from it? So I am just learning loads of information from these spectacular people. Some of you have been on my podcast, and it's understanding how you did it, because we can all do it. We can move forward and let go of the stuff that doesn't serve us and rise to the stuff that does.
Beautifully said. Listening is so important. And sometimes people think of leaders as just kind of giving out commands and giving out orders. But to be a true leader, you really need to listen to people. And everyone you meet in life has something they can teach you. So that's really lovely that you brought that up. Let's stick with the women. Kathy, let's go next.
So listening is so important. Kudos to that. Yes. Listening is so important. But with the podcast, the reality is we don't know everything, right? We are experts, but we don't know everything. And so when you're able to have a podcast, you create position and posture as an expert, but then you can bring in people who know more, right? Who can go deep into juicy content and share their knowledge, their genius, so that the messaging goes. And then, when you create a following, it's kind of like the Charlie Brown effect. There are certain people that know you, right? And they follow you. And then when you start talking, it's roar, 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 roar. And so when you can bring somebody else in, they're like, oh, I didn't know that. And you're like, yes, you did. I said it 100 times, but that's okay, because this person is an expert and they know more, right? So it allows you to open the door to showcase genius at a different level.
I love that perspective so much. And it just goes to show, like, you have to surround yourself with people who know more than you, right? That's what smart leaders do. They figure out where their weaknesses are, and then they surround themselves with people where that's their strengths. So that's such a great insight. Thank you for that. Let's go to Jake next.
I love all of this, like plain and simple. I just love all of this. And Alana's right. We're gonna learn from people that bring on, because we're not the experts. Kathy's talking about communication. I guess one of the things from me personally in my podcast that I'm learning to do is, from that connection to the audience perspective and connection to who I'm interviewing in the moment. We heard Joseph talk about this not too long ago, was using different modalities. So I've had to learn. I've had to grow a lot in my ability to interview, my ability to show up on stage, how I present myself in order to be able to be heard, in order to be seen, in order for the audience to feel what I'm talking about, using all of the tricks and tips in my toolbox that I have to be able to truly connect. And I've been really blessed that I've been on Kathy's show, I've been on Chris's show, they've both been on my show. And I learned, much like Alana's talking about, I learned great things from Chris, Chris taught me deeper curiosity. I dug into questions I would not have normally asked just because it was so interesting. Kathy's the exact same way. Is as a podcast host, it's not about us, right? It's not about us. It's our show, but it's not about us. So it's all about how do I make Kathy look the best that she can? Not that it's hard. How do I make Chris look the best she can? Not that it's hard. Alana, the exact same thing. Mark, the same thing. But I got to show up in such an authentic way that I just have to ask the right questions. I've got to ask them different ways so that the audience is going to hear it and really connect with it in that space. Because some people are visual learners. They got to see the language. Some people are auditory learners. They got to hear it. Other people have got to feel it. So we've got to use all the tools in our toolbox. And the leadership lesson there for me has been practice. It is practice. We don't practice on our guests. We don't practice on the panels. We don't, we stand in front of the mirror. We practice in the car while we're driving down the road. We're prepared, and that's what I would say. We practice and we're prepared.
I really appreciate what you said, because putting the spotlight on someone else is so important. We're there to serve. We're there to make them look great. We're there to highlight them. And it takes you out of your own head, right? Out of your own stuff, when you can really focus on another person and serving the audience. So love everything all of you are saying. I knew I would. Let's go to Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, and podcasting literally has been life-changing for me personally. I actually started doing it about 10 years ago when I had a company that I sold to another company called On It, which was owned by Joe Rogan. So it was like podcasting was a big thing. So when I started, I listened to Joe Rogan podcast, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is 6 hours long. Is this what podcasting is? And then I was kind of turned off by it for a little bit. And then I came back around because I started making podcasts for other people. But for me personally, like, I'm actually super introverted. I grew up very shy. I had a kind of a gut issue that was actually affecting everything in my life and made me depressed for about 25 years. And I didn't connect with people, and it was super difficult for me. And so when I started podcasting, this is going in line with a bunch of other things, it forced me to start listening better. It forced me to really focus on other people and how I could connect with them. And what I realized was that I I found everybody boring prior to kind of waking up to the situation, because I was never sharing anything about myself. And so what podcasting really taught me was, one, listening, but also two, to just be open to share more. Because if you expect anybody to connect with you on any level, and you're not willing to put yourself out there to be a certain level of vulnerable, then you're never going to get anything good out of it. And just to contradict Dr. Jake, I've never prepared for anything. Like literally all of my conversations, my podcasts, sometimes I'll have a couple questions, but most of the time it's just like, hey, how's it going? And then what I learned from podcasting was, if I could just listen to what people get passionate about, and I just kind of probe that topic, all of a sudden we can have an amazing conversation. And so yeah, it's in terms of leadership, everything that I've done in terms of leadership has really come about because I started podcasting and started being able to connect with people.
Ability are so important, and the audience can feel that, right? When you're not being your authentic self, when you're not being vulnerable, and people connect with stories, which is why Parisa earlier was sharing her story, and so many people we connect with that, because like Joseph was saying, we've all gone through trauma, we've all gone through emotional stress, so people love to hear your story and how you've come out on the other side. And I think that's why we're all doing what we're doing. And in that vein, all of you are so passionate about the work you do. I can feel it through the screen, and all of you do something slightly different. So I would love, this is going to be a two-part question. One, I would love to know, was there one book or speaker or film or author that really woke you up and put you on this path? And then second part, what's one thing the audience can take away so that they're going to be inspired today, just like you were? I didn't say who's going first. Let's start with Mark.
You know what? I can't really. I was thinking back. I'm like, what really put me on? What put me on was at the time I had a marketing agency, and people just wanted to make a podcast, and I was like, well, I'm not going to make anything for somebody I'm not doing myself. And so then I started podcasting as just like a learning process. So that is a little bit different. I was not interested in it at all. Like I said, I was super introverted, and even talking to people like this would have been nerve-wracking to death. So it was a growth opportunity. So I think if nothing else, it was just seeing it as a way to get uncomfortable and be forced into a position where I would have to, communicate with people and actually speak in front of people. That was part of it. So I think the key takeaway, it kind of leads into the takeaway, that is, if you don't think you could podcast, you are completely overthinking it, and you don't have to look at it as some kind of like, oh, this is going to be some huge profitable thing and I'm going to become rich and famous. If you just look at it as, I can help somebody, then that's enough reason to get started. And just going back to this podcast that I'm doing here, was Dads in Autism Land. This is like my 5th or 6th podcast. It was just there no prospect of monetization initially, and now it's like, no, I'm connecting with people. I have testimonials, just from the 20 episodes that we've done, where it's really helping people. And so that, if you just focus on that, like, that's enough of a driver to really make you do some amazing things.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We were just talking about authenticity and vulnerability. Thank you so much for sharing that. Kathy, let's go ahead over to you.
So similar to Mark, exceptional introvert here. So much so that I nearly lost my life because I couldn't even pick up the phone to call for help. So I hit a significant rock bottom. I don't recommend it for anyone. But when I looked at my daughter at that time, I knew that I was done. I was done being that kind of person. So I hired a coach by the name of Trey Malicote. And I believe every single one of us needs to have a coach. We need to have somebody to help us see what we can't see. There's a lot of blind spots out there. And for me, that rock bottom, it led to my book, which I love, Unleash Your Inner Voice, An Introvert's Guide to Combating the Itty Bitty Shitty Committee. And when I was writing it, I was interviewing people after people, all of these experts, these people that I thought that I admired. And 99% of them were introverts. And I was like, seriously? So to step into using your voice, having the courage to speak up, whether it's from a stage, whether it's to call and ask for help, whatever it is. So that's the one thing that I would want the audience to know, that you have, first of all, you have everything you need right now to step into owning your voice. You do. You have it. If I can do it, you can do it. And the other thing is, our voice is powerful. Our message is powerful, and you are a gift from God. So you got to speak up, because you never know. You never know. If you do not use your voice, you may end up like me and in the hospital. And that's no bueno for anybody. So use your voice.
So powerful. And so many people are afraid to do that. But you are a great testament. Like, once you start doing it, suddenly it's not scary anymore, right? You become more comfortable with it. Amazing. How about, let's go to Alana.
That was wonderful. Yeah, our voice is so important, but yes, I am naturally an introvert, but I got a degree in theater so that I can feel confident talking to people. I'm really great one-on-one. So as a podcaster, it's so easy. It's like sitting in my coaching office talking to a client. So I really love that. But get me in a big room, and as long as I'm on a stage and there's a really big separation, I'm okay. But finding your voice, to me, is about being authentic. We've mentioned that. It's about believing in yourself and knowing. And so one of the books, I have so many books I love to read, so many incredible gurus out there and coaches, but I'm always brought back to a Zen Buddhist monk named Thich Nhat Hanh, who has left this earth plane a year or so ago. And he's written at least 30, maybe 50 books. And it's all about mindfulness, meditation, and awareness. And to me, if you can just tune into yourself, and I think, Jake, you mentioned this earlier, lead ourselves, being aware of what's going on in your mind, body, spirit, thoughts, emotions, every morning, checking in without judgment, then you can maneuver throughout the day and be more clear and take care of yourself, right? If you're vulnerable, don't go out into a big public place, you know? Surround yourself with the things that make you feel good so that you can be an effective communicator. Yeah.
So wonderful. So beautifully said. I'm going to have to go check out some of his books. I've heard of him, but I've never read them. So thank you for that suggestion. And Jake, last but not least.
As you well know, I could go ballistic on books because I'm a fanatic when it comes right down to it, and I wasn't always. I became that student at one point. And thanks, Mark, for calling me out, dude. You made me laugh really hard, but I promise you, Mark is more prepared than you think he is. He's being really humble in that space. So one of the books, and to tie it in with today, Rich Litvin wrote it. It's called The Prosperous Coach. And there's one particular segment in that book that literally changed the direction of my coaching industry. I call it an industry now. Literally changed all of it. And it was the statement that my business is not about me. And I said it a little bit earlier, and we all heard that, right? And I could say that, okay, well, if you didn't have customers, you'd have a hobby, right? If you weren't making profit, you'd have a hobby. It's not about you. I used to get up in the morning and I'd ask a very simple question. Let's say Chris would be one of my clients. And I would say, what can I do for Chris today? And genuinely, that's coming from a servant's heart. That's true. And it's valid. And it's where we are. But for me, it was the wrong question because the question was still about me. At that moment, when I heard this and I was listening to Rich on Audible that day, he literally, it sounded like he said it to me. And that's why I'm saying it this way it's not about you. And I changed the question. Now I get up in the morning. What does Chris need? Your brain has to unpack that from a completely different place. It has to answer the question. So that one changed the way that I do business. Sarah Jordan Ross made a brilliant comment in the comments that I want to address. And we were all talking a little bit about this. Your voice may be the one that makes a difference to someone else when they need it most. Amen. I can't agree with that more. I had a brilliant coach. Like Kathy said, everybody needs a coach. Absolutely. Kathy has been one of my coaches in my life. Absolutely. And she's amazing at what she does. One of the coaches that impacted me his name's Terry Gurno. Look him up on Facebook. Super inspirational dude. Love Terry. He said, the right question asked at the right time will change a person's life. Now, here's what I want to tell you, podcasters. It's not about me. If I'm asking the question to Mark, it's not about changing Mark's life. Somebody somewhere is listening to what you're saying. Somebody somewhere. You have an impact that is far greater than what's on this screen right here. So what I'm saying to the audience today, for everybody that's thinking about doing it, that's not doing it, you are denying someone else the gift of your message. You are keeping it from them. I would tell you your message is absolutely valid. You have a message, you have a gift, you have a light. It is your responsibility to share it with the world.
So beautiful. And I used to run yoga teacher trainings, and that's what we would say. Like, someone might come to your class and hear the same cues for a pose 500 times, but until they hear it from your unique perspective, your unique way of saying it, it might just click with them. So this has been so inspirational. I appreciate all of you so much. All of you are fantastic. Your podcasts are amazing. A huge thank you to the Tribune for this incredible event. I'm being told we're going to go to commercial now, but thank you all so much. Keep enjoying the event, everyone.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, fantastic. It's great because what we're doing is we're really doing that thought leadership part. And for everybody, by the way, as the day goes on, you've got to wait for Sharon Lechter. Not only has she been on the presidential panels and changed the world, but what she's going to do for your mindset leadership. And she's spoken all around the world. She's just amazing. And then we're going to have one of the first women CEOs from Japan, broadcasting live from Japan with us. So it's going to be a great day. And right after all these sessions, we have the Woman's Journal, and we have panelists from all around the world really saying what it's about, and that's a really exciting piece. So this next part, I want to talk to Jake. And Jake, was Michael going to jump on?
He is not able to today. He's doing the family thing.
Yeah.
God bless him. It's always the boys first. It's always the boys first. Sometimes I have opinions about that, but it's always the boys first.
No, I get it. I get it. So, what's great is just a little bit of time we have. You said a lot of things that really, resonated with me earlier. But, part of what you're doing is you're creating what we call a disruption. You're taking something that has been done and you're doing it differently. And without a lot of self-promotion, right? Because we always watch that. Talk more about, from a leadership perspective, why you did that.
From a leadership perspective, there's a lot of, and Joseph talked about this earlier, and Ken Honda talked about it yesterday, actually, too. If you guys didn't hear that, you should go back and watch the recording. But from a leadership perspective, it's not about replicating. It's not about necessarily just straight replication of what everybody else is doing, because we're all original. We're all unique in what we are doing. So in this regard, yes, there's a lot of other shows out there. There's all kinds of cool stuff. There's lots of coaching programs. We just saw a gap. We saw a little tiny, and I mean a little gap, that we said, what? We can step into that space, and we can fulfill that a little bit differently, and it'll be cool. It'll be challenging. And we did it a little bit from the servant's part of this. We can be one more thing we do for them, but we also did it because it challenged us. It was something different in a way that's like, all right, this looks different. This hasn't been done. Well, that's kind of exciting, just from the regard of, I don't know how to do it. Well, I want to know how to do it. So who else knows how to do it? And we had to bring a new group of people together. We had to, get in different relationships, step into different rooms in order to have some different conversations to even be able to do it. So that the challenge became the journey on getting it done. And the result, it's cool. Like, it's super fun. Don't get me wrong. But like, the challenge of being able to do something I've never done, and that looks a little bit different, is that drove us to just say, well, we can't say no to it. We can't say no to it because it's hard. One of my rising stars is you have to do the hard things in order to get great things.
I love the word challenge, and then you rose to the challenge. What about that has taught you about yourself to help you to grow?
So there's a good one. This has forced me, we talked about it a little bit earlier. This has really forced me to step into Alana talks about this, right? What's my morning rituals? How am I showing up every day? Because there's an opportunity for me to get up every day and go, oh my God, this is so hard. Why would I do this? And I could mess with my mindset. But the other opportunity is to get up in the morning and go, we're doing cool things. We can change things. We can serve from a degree nobody's ever served from before. And that's awesome. How do I show up now? And it's forced me, and I mean forced. I have to work hard every day at it. I have a journal up here. I have a journal downstairs. Before I get out of bed in the morning, 5 gratitudes, like how we're leading ourselves. So it has forced me to lead myself in a way I've never had the opportunity to do it before. I could skate by before, but this one I can't do it. I got to work at this one.
So when's your next? Sorry, Jeff, but when's your next show that's coming up? And what are the things you're doing to prepare yourself as a leader to make sure it does what it needs to do for your audience?
Well, for preparing from the leader, that's asking the questions, right? That's getting the feedback from the audience. We talked about feedback earlier, even though we had the weird kind. We have to get feedback from our audience. We have to get feedback from our contestants. We have to get feedback from our coaches. And feedback is not something to be challenged. It's not something to be argued with. It's something that you have to come to the table, heart in hand, emotions on the sleeve. Give me your feedback. Hey, we like this. We'd like you to adjust this, and maybe a little bit. Great. How can we make it a little better? How can we make these little shifts here and there? So again, showing up as a leader in this perspective, it's about taking that feedback not as criticism, but exactly as it's meant to. Think of it as love. People are coming, they want to see you be better. They're going to come to you not with criticism, but with, man, I saw this and this could tweak it this little bit more and be that much more awesome.
Love that. So let's talk about the ego for a second, right? Because when we get feedback, naturally, our ego gets hurt. So how do we help discern to keep our ego at bay and actually take that feedback as it's meant to be taken to grow from that?
Right. And that is the official challenge, right? And that's because, and again, it goes back to what we were talking about on the panel a little bit. It's not about me. It is not about me. Like plain and simple when it comes down to it. That has become, it's not my actual real why, but like that has become, it's written everywhere. I've got it on my phone. I got it on my computer. It's all over the place. I have to remind myself the true statement is it's not about me. And when it's not about me, it's easy. No ego exists in that space if it's not about me, because somebody's just coming genuinely from curiosity and clarity and from a place of love. And you have to believe that. And you have, now, yesterday we talked about planting that seed, right? And it takes 85 days for that seed to grow. I thought that was brilliant, by the way. And it's gardening season, so that works. And that's the truth of it. You know, can I get up today and plant a seed today and expect to harvest it? No, I can't. But I've had to work on it for the last 90 days, the last 6 months, the last 5 years. And this one will kind of cook everybody's noodle a little bit. And I've heard this said before. You can be anywhere you want to be in 5 years. And we believe that, and we all know that that is true. Here's the one that'll bake your noodle. 5 years ago, you made a decision that put you right where you are today. So 5 years ago, I made a decision. Don't know what it was. I'd have to go back in the journals and dig to show up as a leader, to show up authentically and make it not about me. I started down that path. I started down that journey. So also take into account how far you've come in your journey as a leader so far. I mean, are you where you want to be? Maybe not. Maybe so. Are we ever going to get truly there? I would say no. But 5 years ago, you made a choice to start marketing. Look how far you've come in that 5 years.
Yeah, it's great. We're going to have to wrap here, but from the name of your show to everything that you're creating, it's been phenomenal. And we're at the Los Angeles Tribune happy as we are to help you through this process, because it is about partnerships and friendships and creating what we are. But can you just really quickly just let them know the name of your show, and again, when the next one is, and then we're going to say goodbye to you. And by the way, on the panel, you were phenomenal. That was great.
Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate that. And we love the partnership. Michael has been a great mentor. Jeff has been a great mentor. You know, and that's a great place to take feedback from. They're only interested in growing others, and we're so grateful for that. Our show is called Total Disruption Boardroom Battleground, airs on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 4:30 Pacific Standard Time. As Michael has reminded us, there's only ever one time zone. It's Pacific. It's 4:30 p.m. Pacific time on E360 TV. You can catch it on YouTube. You can find it on, anywhere that says Total Disruption. You'll find it. We're not difficult to hunt out at this point. And if you can't, reach out to me directly. I will send you the link myself.
Awesome. Thank you. Everybody, give Jake a thunderous round of applause. Go ahead and put a 5 in the chat. Jake, you've been great. We'll talk to you soon. All right. You got him. He was about to say Jeff. He was about to say, Jeff, you are so amazing. I just can't believe how you're running this whole show, and you started at 2 a.m. your time. See, that he got sucked into the green room at that point. You know what I'm saying?
There's lots of boom sauce, that's for sure.
Is that what yeah, that keeps you going. Yeah, we'll talk about the kangaroos one day. Your natural rodent. But it's a great piece, because they're really creating things that are sort of not been done in spaces that have not been done. that was great about the podcasting panel too. And it was great to hear, Mark really talk about why he started his podcast, and
Yeah.
and especially for dads that are having to work, be with their children, and for dads with autistic children. And, we also now have a podcast in the podcast network, which is one of the largest tech podcasts for the blind.
No,
So
right.
it's great to have him as part of our team and family. We'll have him on our next shows as we continue to grow. But don't forget to register. So you want to make sure that you're registered so you don't miss anything that's going on for the next couple of days. Jeff's going to put it there in the link, but make sure that you register so that way too we can connect and communicate and see what you're about. And if there's anybody out there going, I have the greatest podcast, we'd love to talk to you. I'm a great speaker. We'd love to talk to you. I just wrote a book. We'd love to talk to you. Just about anybody, right? So, because I'm a great communicator. I am learning how to be better at what I do and want to be around the right mentors. Then we really want to talk to you, right? That's really that piece. And we have a lot of shows all year long. We have all of our virtual shows. I think we have 18 coming up, something like that. And then we have the Barnes and Noble shows. We do those live at the Grove, which is the flagship store, and it's great because we all get to meet in person, and we get to take the knowledge and information, and just it's spending some of that time together. Plus, you get to be on a red carpet, so it doesn't get any better than that. So, without any further ado, I'm going to bring up our next speaker. I'm going to let her introduce herself because part of it is training, and in the training, as everybody knows, I've been training them to do what's called an earn the right, which is why am I here and why would anybody listen to me? Oh, Jeff, I'd love to have you stay on if you can. There we go. So yeah, he's just been too good. His questions have been just poignant. It's that Australian accent that drives it in. But without any further ado, let's give it up for Dr. Christina.
Hello, everybody. It's wow, this is amazing to be here. I've been listening to all the speakers, and it's just so inspirational. Such a privilege to be at the LA Tribune and on the podcast network. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a clinical psychologist, but I'm also a host of Behind the Bite podcast. And on there, I talk about eating disorders and body image issues. And I don't know if you want to know why I do it, but I'm more than happy to share that. I myself had an eating disorder, and people have asked me all the time when I'm on podcasts or just in general, like, did you know you had one? And the truth of the matter is, no, I did not. And I just thought I was horrible at dieting. And, back in the day when I was going through it, there was no social media, there was no podcast, there was nothing. And I decided, when I was able to have a platform and a voice, I wanted to be what I didn't have when I was going through it. I wanted to be able to put out the messaging and give the information out to people so that they could maybe sit at home and listen and say, wait, maybe I'm struggling. Maybe I'm not just dieting. Maybe there's something going on here. And I felt like after 20 plus years of clinical work, I was finally able to have that voice, not only just professionally, but I had gone through it myself. And I think that we don't realize sometimes we're feeling alone in things. And the wonderful thing about media and podcasting, and I love that the LA Tribune is about positivity, because that's really the mission. It's about helping people. It's about giving hope. It's instilling hope that yes, you can overcome struggles. And that's really why I do it, is to let people know that, hey, you're not alone. And even if you're struggling, you can get better and you can have full recovery. So.
No, I love the community that we've gathered here from all walks of life, from all around the globe. And there's one thing that's really common as podcasters and as leaders, is that we all have a story to share. And realizing that the story is not ours to keep, because our story could be someone's hope. It could be someone's solution to their struggle. And I really see us as guides on the journey, right? So I love to speak to that. What does it mean for you to be a guide on the journey for even someone who's not, you've never met, you've never connected with, but yet through your podcast, you could be their guide still? What does that mean for you?
Well, it means everything, Jeff. I have to be honest. Like, I don't consider what I do a job. I just feel like people have asked me, like, why do you do what you do? And I just, it was kind of a calling from a young age. And if I can just even reach one person, to be honest with you, that's it, like right there. And I
Yeah.
get DMs, and there's days, I'm not gonna lie, like especially early on. I know you have your podcast too. I don't know if you've ever had this where I was like, gosh, this is a lot of work. And
Yeah.
and I was like, I don't even know if it's worth it. I'm talking to a mic, and back in the day I did it in my closet, for goodness sakes, because I didn't want the sound. And I just remember thinking, I'm talking to Mike, I don't know if anyone is listening, right? But I just remember every time I would get to that point, I would get a DM from somebody, and they would say, hey, I heard this one comment you made, or I heard this one episode and it changed things, or I went into treatment, or now I'm recovered. And it would just be like, that's why I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Right. And so, yeah.
I feel like in a world that where, the world is starving for connection, right? It's starving for love. And as leaders, we have a responsibility, if you will, to help step in that gap. And love is a sacrifice, like true servanthood leadership. It's a sacrifice. I suppose I want to, just really talk to that. What are your thoughts around that for, emerging leaders? Like, if you know what you know now, and you had an opportunity to go back and talk to the younger version of you, and realizing that, the journey ahead and the sacrifice ahead, what advice would you give to that younger version of yourself?
I loved what Jake said about the 5 years, because as he was talking, it was 5 years ago, almost to the day, that that I left a big hospital position I had, and I was burnt out. I was just done. I wasn't doing therapy the way I wanted, and I felt like I was losing my purpose and my passion, which was not a good thing. But I would tell my younger self, like, stick in there, right? Like, stick in there. This is all for a purpose. Because I remember sitting with myself in my office, looking at the four walls I'd been in for like 15 plus years, and going, I am not having an impact. I am not doing anything positive. I need to do more. Like, this is not why I went through all those years of school and all the, practicum and all the licensing. I did not do that to sit here and feel like I'm stagnant and not doing enough. I really wanted to leave and have a bigger impact. And so I would just tell myself, like, stick it out. Everything you're doing is a stepping stone to where you're going to get to be. I needed to get all that experience. I needed to, like, get that fire under me. Yeah, definitely.
And you need to build that character, right? Like, it's I reflect back on some of the stories. I'm going to go there. In the Bible, and Joseph of the coat of many colors, right? He got his prophecy early on in his life, and then he had to go through that character testing times to be able to be the person that he needed to be to step into his purpose. And I think I can't remember who said it now. There's two things on life, like the happiest days of our life, right? When we're born and when we find our purpose. Let's talk to that drive. When that you find that purpose, you get up and you do crazy things, like get up at 2 a.m. in the morning, and host amazing calls like this. But what has that that purpose done for you? Like, how's it helped you take that thing next level and go get that, I don't know, that fifth gear energy?
Yeah. I just think it is all about, like, to your point, it's like, this isn't about me. Somebody told me once, when I was first deciding if I wanted to do my own practice, they said, what good is it if you sit at home and you don't use the gift you were given to help people? It does no good. And I thought about that. I was like, I do feel like there's all of us have a gift. All of us has something that's our gift in the world. And I do feel like I'm very grateful and blessed that, like, for whatever reason, this is something I was meant to do. And it would not be a service to whoever needs it that I not out there, like, trying to help people. So, or spreading the word. Like, I think I had to go through my eating disorder and all of the treatment and all the recovery for a reason. It was very painful. It was a lot of struggle, but my goodness, like, I can definitely relate to when people come into my office and they're struggling, and I can look in their eye and say, hey, listen, I get it. This is hard. This is scary. Like, and I feel like I didn't have that when I was going through it, and I wish I would have. So, whatever I can do to support people, help people, give them hope, like walk them through the path of the struggle, like I want to do it.
Yeah, I love that. And what you're describing there is you're helping people feel seen and valued, right? You feel known. And that's what we're all striving to for that connection, right? Is to feel seen, valued, known, ultimately loved. So, we've probably got about, I reckon, 7 minutes left together before we got to go to the next section. So I want to give you time and space here to be able to, teach into this space around helping people to, be that communicator that helps others to feel seen, valued, and known. I love to, I've got my pen and paper. I'm ready to learn.
You're ready to learn. Okay. So I think are you talking about speaking to people who are right now trying to figure out if they want to be a leader or to get out on their own?
Yeah, well, I think as a leader, right, it's our job a responsibility to, to mentor people. And the only way that we can really mentor people is to help them to know that we've been down the paths that they've been down. So there's that intimacy, right? We've got to be intimate with each other to really be, with our mentees, to be able to understand them at that deep level, to be able to guide them, to be able to shape them, to be able to help them to be able to step up and empower themselves and equip themselves. So I love to, dive into your thoughts and insights around that.
Sure. Well, I think it takes a certain type of person who wants to be in that role, right? And so really looking at like what is it that you're seeking, right? And what is it that I said earlier, what is it your gift that you want to like share with the world? Jeff, you're so good at saying like, I'm of service. I love that you say that all the time. Even for me, when I hear you say that, it's like constant reminder. Like,
well, you know why I say that is because I wasn't of service a lot of the time. It was all about, 10 years ago, it was look at me show. It was all about my ego and arrogance. And so their little quirks, little sayings, little mantras to help me to humble myself, to keep my ego in check.
But I wonder, speaking of that, I think there is sometimes that you look at that motivation is like, is the motivation solely to like become profitable? Just, is it fame? What is it? Right. And so looking at that and saying like, where was it Joseph was talking earlier this morning about your dream versus your vision, right?
Yeah.
And so really thinking about like, what's your vision? Like, what do you imagine like is going to happen when you start this process, and where do you want to go? Who do you want to impact? What do you want life to look like? And I remember I had a coach really early on, and I'm all into, like Michael Silvers always talks about, like, say yes to coaching, say yes to learning, right? And I believe that. And I've taken tidbits and lots of coaches along the way. And I remember somebody saying to me once, do not feel guilty if you are successful in your endeavors, because the more success you have, the more you have the ability to help more people. And it's
the more impact. Yeah.
Because if you're not successful, you can't have more impact, because then you're struggling and you're just trying to make ends meet, right? And it's not about, for me anyway, it's not about being profitable. It's about, oh, this allows me the ability to do things like be part of like the Tribune, or to get more training, or to, go to more conferences, or to, just have the ability to do more things. And I think that's where it's at. It's like looking at like, what kind of an impact can you have?
Yeah,
I think it is. It is. I'm going to jump in for a sec, but I think it is that it's sort of what you surround, like Christine, what you said, Christina, what you surround yourself with, and who you surround yourself with is almost more important than anything else. Because we used to always talk about, would you take the advice from your broke brother-in-law, right? We talked about that, or would you take the advice from the greatness around you? And I think that's different. Okay, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I was just reflecting there on what Joseph said this morning around. If you look behind you and there's nobody following you, are you really a leader? And that was actually a statement. I can't for the life of me actually who said that, but that was a statement that just sits with me as well. And I looked at myself 10 years ago and I looked behind me and there was nobody behind me. I thought I was a leader, but I obviously wasn't. So, John Maxwell talks about leadership as influence, nothing more, nothing less. What are some of your tips to help, leaders grow in their influence, to help them to become the leader that they need to be able to have that impact on the world around them?
Well, I think it is an openness. and a kindness to be around other people and not think, oh, I've arrived now, I'm done learning, or I'm done like connecting with people. I think that's big key, right?
Mm.
I don't know. I just think like there's different stages of things too, right? So for me, it's just being kind of like a role model, I guess, too, of like, okay, if people see that, like, I get inspired by people like who've been on this been on this, right? Or
I
the
know,
other
right?
podcasters, like looking at like, what are you doing? And so I think about that for myself as like, what image am I putting out there? What messaging am I putting out there? If somebody is listening to me, what messages are they hearing? And so I certainly wouldn't want anybody to come and ask me things and then, I'm not like a good role model or having like the integrity, like Joseph was saying earlier this morning too. So just
Yeah.
constantly thinking about, even with my kids, right? Like, okay, I think about that. They're starting to like think about college and careers now. And I constantly think, even for them, I'm like a leader for them. And like, how are they going to go about figuring out their lives, their careers, their
Yeah.
goals? And so it's like, you're not just the leader for like other people in your profession or other entrepreneurs. It's like leaders in a lot of different places in your life.
I know myself, I've had to learn how to lead myself before I can lead others. And we've got literally 2 minutes left. So I'd love to give you the opportunity. If you had open mic and you wanted to leave our audience with one thought, one thing, what would that be?
I think it's much like what Michael said. It's like who you're surrounding yourself with. That is so key. Like it's been so inspiring to be part of the Tribune. I mean, that is very inspiring. Like I said before, when I was at the hospital, I felt so burnt out. I felt so unmotivated, and it was draining. And I think if you are wherever you're at right now in your career, your business, just ask yourself, like, am I fulfilled? Am I energized? Am I motivated by the people I'm surrounded around? Are they helping me expand my mind, helping me feel like hopeful and excited about the future? Or am I around people that, how do I feel? Because I think that's a lot of it. And just looking and saying, like, what can I learn from this person or that person? And then also vice versa, right? I think it's a dynamic relationship. And I think that's a lot of it, is just the community you have.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for being on. You're such a great leader. It really is the being part of our community, but it's a community about friendship. It's a community about thought leaders. It's a community about moving forward. It's a community that just continues to drive. And you're one of those people. You're one of those podcasters, thought leaders, trainers, who are going to go with us as far as we go and continue to make a difference in the world. So everybody, give a thunderous round of applause for Dr. Christina. Christina, this has been so great. Jeff, thank you so much. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a commercial, and then I'm going to bring up the next amazing woman who's going to run the afternoon. And let me tell you, it's one you want to stay for, be ready for. And Dr. Christina, thank you so much. And let's go to commercial.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
It's such an amazing day, and it continues to be. So make sure that you stay with us till the end. We're going to go to about 4:30 Pacific Standard Time today. We have Sharon Lecter. We have women from all around the world on panels and thought leaders for the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. We have one of the first women CEOs ever from Japan broadcasting in. those are the people that you want to hear and listen to. Those are the people that make a difference. And you want to share this stream with everybody you know. You want to take your Facebook lead, your YouTube lead, your Twitch, your LinkedIn, wherever you are, and share it with somebody else. Share it with those people around you that make a difference. Share it with those that absolutely will change the planet as you continue to become better, a better leader, a better thought leader. And at the same time, make sure that you register. You have everybody around you register so you can be part of what we're going to be doing. You can be part of the future. You can be part of the information. If nothing else, you'll get on a call and we'll do a bunch of networking, and that will make a big difference every single time. So, it's really great to see what we do, and I'm really excited to just bring up the next person. So here's what I'm going to say. There are some people that enter your life that just, there's something different. There's something special. You want to do business with them. You want to have them in your environment and they in theirs. You're going to learn as much from them as they from you. And then you start to talk to them and you realize you have things in common. Way back when I was a dialysis nurse, and she was a dietitian in the dialysis world. There were so many pieces that we had together. And then we realized that we were grandparents. And being grandparents, it was a blessing in the day. Karen, I'm about to bring you up. And was a blessing in the day. And knowing that we had those things in common and that familiarity as business partners, as partners in crime, as creating a difference, as grandparents and changing it for our planet, everybody, give a warm, thunderous welcome. Put those ones in the chat to Karen Hall.
Thank you so much, Michael. Yes, and isn't that what it's all about? Is we are all one. A lot of times we feel like we're separate, but we are all one, and we are so connected with each other. I remember when Marianne Williamson said, "We're like, water in the waves of the ocean. You can't separate out a wave. It just flows into the other one." And that's what we are. One of Michael's favorite sayings is one team, one family. And that is who we are.
Karen, have an amazing afternoon. You've got tremendous thought leaders coming on, and I look forward to hearing that greatness. See you later.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Yes. Oh my goodness. I can't wait for you all to meet our incredible women. Yay. Oh my goodness. So I am Karen Hall. I am an executive producer here at the Los Angeles Tribune. I am also the executive director of the Global Women's Journal. And what that means is that we have women from across the world who are joining the Women's Journal, who are sharing their story by publishing in the Women's Journal, and they're sharing their story from stage. And so right now we have two of our international women. We have Jackie Wilkinson, who is hailing from the UK, but she is living in Italy right now. And we have Debbie Prediger, who is in Canada right now, who just returned from Mexico recently. We have Gail Larson, who lives in Las Vegas, and we have Terry Clifton, who is in Los Angeles, and we have Cheryl Lizelle, who is in New York. But they are always traveling. They're speaking at events, and they are, promoting their books. They're on book tours, and so they are all over the world. So these ladies are incredible. And one of the things that I just know you are all going to love is that they are relatable and they have the best stories. That's one of the things that is so unique about the women at the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal is we tell stories. We tell it like it is. We are real. We are vulnerable, and we share our hearts. And so thank you, ladies, for being with us on this panel today. It's great to be with you. So I am going to start with you, Jackie. And Jackie is the author of Turning the Tables on Trauma. And she is a wing commander in the Royal Air Force in the British Air Force. So when I met Jackie, I was just like, wow, what a leader. And all of these women lead in unique and different ways. But Jackie, I wanted to start with you. And I wanted to talk, I have at our Global Women's Leadership Symposium that we had in March, I talked a lot about the challenges as a woman being a leader and often in a male-dominated space. And so, Jackie, with your background being a leader in the military, which is, traditionally a male-dominated space, and maybe even so, you would say right now. What have you learned about navigating that environment?
Thank you, Karen, for a wonderful introduction, and hello from Italy. I learned that leadership isn't about blending in. As a female, it's about standing out with integrity. Now, what do I mean by that? So in a male-dominated environment, I didn't just earn my place at the table, but I actually built my own. Because when I started with vulnerability, which is really hard to do because we wear these masks. And when we have a uniform on, we can put that mask on quite easily. But it's actually about dropping your mask and leading with that authenticity and vulnerability, because then you can really lead people to how they can feel valued in themselves when they see a leader just being honest and having that integrity. So I found that even in a male-dominated environment, it was difficult to do initially, but actually when I stepped into that and owned it, it was the most powerful thing that I could have done as a female leader in a male-dominated environment.
Okay, everybody, did you hear what she just said? She said, instead of trying to earn a place at the table, she made one. Mic drop moment right there. And that is often what we need to do as women leaders. And so Cheryl Mazzell, I'm going to go to you. Cheryl is a aspiring TED Talk speaker, a keynote speaker. She is helping other women to learn to lead, and she is a coach with Les Brown. And so Cheryl, you have also been in an environment that has been male dominated in the accounting world and in the corporate space. What challenges did you have as a woman trying to deal with a male dominated world?
That's a great question, Karen. Thank you. And I just as Jackie mentioned, when you go in, it's about being yourself, showing up as your authentic self and owning the room and owning the space. And I must say I'm grateful for my dad, because growing up, he taught us, there was 3 girls, and he taught us that wherever room you walk in as though you belong there, and also ask for support, right? So when you walk in, it's about owning the room, not trying to take over, but just navigate, show up, own your voice when a question is being asked, or don't be afraid to own your value, right? And give your opinion, give your knowledge and your experience, because also from a real estate background was where my experience was. And sometimes navigating the real estate industry as a female, sometimes, and I'm petite, so sometimes they look at you as, who is this little girl, right, speaking to me or having more knowledge than I do. So it's about owning your space, and like Jackie said, owning your space, owning who you are, and just showing up.
I appreciate what you just said, because there's so many women entrepreneurs and women leaders out there. And just our stature, I'm only 5'2", and so many times people come in and they're like, "Where's the adult in the room?" And so, yes, like, do you have any value to say? You're just a little person, but even little people are powerful. So thank you, Cheryl. Gail, how about you? I know Gail just published her 3rd book. She's an educator and a publisher. Congratulations, Gail, on your 3rd book. And tell me a story about you where you have had to maybe have a difficult conversation in a male-dominated arena.
Well, my difficult conversations really had to do with diversity, because I know we're talking more about being in a male-dominated world, but it was a challenge for me as an African-American woman to bring my whole self to the table, to the degree that I wanted to bring my whole self to the table, because there were so many issues revolving around politics. Don't want to get into that conversation, but that was a difficult conversation that I had to have, to the point that I would say, well, if we cannot agree on this point, then maybe it is time to move on. And so it's important to be able to pursue and then to know when to pivot.
Okay, we're going to come back to that. That is really true. And it doesn't have to be racial or political. It could be any form of discrimination. It could be age discrimination. I have experienced that at my age, and there's all different forms of discrimination that we can experience. And so being able to know when to be at the table and how much of yourself to bring to the table and when to pivot. We're going to get back to that. Okay. Debbie, how about you? Because so Debbie is the founder of the Be Extraordinary Women's Network. Debbie is a connector. She builds relationships and connects people all over. It's so interesting because I'll make a new connection with somebody and Debbie's right there. And I'm like, oh my goodness, there she is. And she is somebody that has the ability to communicate. And so Debbie, I would love to hear a story about you and what you have done with when you had a difficult conversation in male-dominated arena.
Wow, thank you. I can relate to each and every one of your stories already, and I love that there's a through line there, and it's stand in your power. And for me, that used to mean, I thought leadership, when somebody said stand in your power, they kind of felt like I have to get really tough and really strong and really bullying. And I didn't like that. That didn't feel good to me. I'd rather not than if I had to show up that way. But I love what Jackie said, make your own table. And that's really what my conversations have happened. When I started to recognize that there was times where somebody was kind of pushing me to the back, you don't really matter, your voice doesn't think, go sit down. I kind of took it upon as a game. And here's an example. Often in farming, we're negotiating with landman, which is oil companies, and they always want to talk to the man in charge. And the man in charge doesn't want to talk to them. So he always hands them to me. And I kind of like it that they underestimate me. And they think she's just a nice lady serving coffee, which I am. But I love to get as much information so that I have more room at the table. So I have more power in negotiating. And I have a reputation on showing up strong in my power, including everybody so we can have a real conversation without somebody being left behind, and still making sure that we all get a win-win situation. And I think that I take that into all of my world, really.
You really do, Debbie. And Debbie is an empowerment coach. And this is so classic of Debbie, the way that she is inclusive. And you know, you mentioned something about being underestimated. And many times as women, especially in a male-dominated arena, we can be underestimated. Just like Cheryl was saying, you know, just even our stature, we can be underestimated. And yet we have so much power. And sometimes being underestimated is a good thing. Sometimes it can be to our advantage. And I just appreciate so much, you know, they want to talk to the man, and he's saying, you know, Debbie, you take care of it. And that often happens, you know, in situations. So thank you for bringing that up, because I really appreciate the way that gave you power even in your negotiation. All right, Terry, how about you? Because so Terry is a nurse informatics specialist, and she has an MBA and she's an RN, and she has navigated some very challenging things in her life. And anybody who's in the healthcare field, that often has a lot of male domination in it. There's, you know, at the top, and then there's a lot of women oftentimes below that. So Terry, tell us a story about when you had to navigate as a leader in a male-dominated arena.
Sure. Thank you so much, Karen, for having me here. I appreciate it. Yes, in the world of nursing informatics, I am the clinical integrator between clinicians and the IT department. And sometimes, as you mentioned, in the healthcare industry, it can be a male-dominated industry in terms of decisions that are being made. And then I'm coming in as the nurse informaticist, some not realizing my true position and the purpose of my position. So it was really important. I think I heard Degrassi say earlier that, you know, I literally didn't prepare for anything. I'm like, oh, I can't afford to do that. You know, it was comical when he said it, but I'm like, no, as a woman in leadership, I cannot afford to do that. I have to make sure I prepare, because there's lots of regulations that are involved, that are embedded in the software. And sometimes there are some providers that aren't aware of that. So I have to make sure I'm preemptive in actually conversing with providers, because as I mentioned, some of the male providers, you know, they want software designs to go a certain way. And so I have to be very preemptive and actually have my data, my empirical data, my proof, and make sure I showcase that. And then pretty soon they're agreeing with me like, oh yeah, I'd rather have it this way. And so it takes a little bit of, it's almost like mental gymnastics, I say, because you have to know how much to divulge and how much not to, and what to disclose at what time. And so, and being that active and preemptive way, that's the way. And also being prepared. That's what helps me.
Oh, Terry, that was so good. How to know what to share, what not to share, and when to share it. It is like mental gymnastics sometimes. And sometimes we go into these challenging conversations. Maybe it is a negotiation or something else. And maybe the stakes are really high and we don't know exactly what to do. And so for you to be able to navigate that situation takes so much emotional intelligence. And I appreciate so much what you just shared with us. I also wanted to note that Terry is an author. Is it your second book that you just?
My third.
Your third also. Oh my goodness. Is this amazing? These women publishing all these books. Oh my goodness. And Debbie, do you also have a book published? Three. Yes. And so, yes. And Cheryl, do you have a book published too? Yes, so Cheryl and I are published in a book as well. So it's so exciting to have these authors. Not only do they have their story published in the Los Angeles Tribune Global Women's Journal, but they also are published elsewhere in books. And when you have a story and you share a story, it changes you. And that is something that a lot of people don't realize. Many times people have writer's block. They have, like, where do I get started? I don't even know how to do it. And so I want to talk about your leadership as authors, because you all are fantastic storytellers. And I want to hear a story about you as an author getting your story in print. And so I'm going to start with you, Terry, because this is phenomenal to have 3 books already at your young age. Oh my goodness, you're just such an inspiration. Can you tell us what leadership principles you used to be able to put your story in print?
Sure, absolutely. So my story started in a very kind of unorthodox way. Like decades ago, I thought about writing a book. Life got in the way, forgot about it. And actually, and this is something hardly anyone really knows about me, there were 2 people who prophesied to me that I was supposed to write a book. One I knew, it's my friend's husband. The other person, after he told me a month later, this person I met in the Philadelphia airport came up to me and said, "You're supposed to write a book, and it's supposed to be." And I was just like, she said the same words he said. I was just so like, I didn't even know what to do when I ran into her. And I thought, okay, well, God, you haven't told me that. Like, what am I supposed to write about? I wasn't sure. So life got in the way again. And there was some procrastination because I was going through some things in life. And, life just kind of entered through the back door. But through all that, it really took just dedication and perseverance and tenacity. And it came back around to me. So I just began typing. In a Word document. And it's like I was getting a download, just a heavenly download. And I just kept typing and typing. And when I finally got to the end and I actually started editing it and I was reading, just kind of proofing it. And it was like months later when I finally started proofing it because, life's get in the way. I travel a lot, things are in the way. But as I was reading it and editing it, I was like, I don't remember writing this. I just remember it. And it was those like wee hours of the morning, like midnight to like 3, I'm writing because I'm traveling for work and I'm up late working, and as I sat there and looked at that, like I was crying at what I wrote because it was actually ministering to me. And, my book that I wrote, I say is Healing for the Fractured Soul. And as I'm looking, I was like, I don't remember writing. And it took a span of 4 years for me to write my book. And I heard God's voice say, "You didn't, I did." And that just gave me chills. And I was just like, oh my God. I just started crying. I was just like, oh. And so it really took that perseverance and tenacity definitely for me to stick with it. And occasionally going on vacations where you have a different change in view, change in the scenery, that's also like a catapult for me also. So that helps.
Wow, Terry. I mean, to hear that message, you didn't write that. I did.
Yeah.
That is powerful. That is really powerful. And you were changed by that experience. I can feel it as you share that with us. Oh, that was really powerful. And to have 2 people witness to you that you were supposed to write it, and one a stranger and say the same thing. That's incredible divine message for you to be able to have that motivation and to fall back on on the days when you didn't feel like writing. You're like, oh yeah, I had 2 people tell me that, and then now the one or 2 witnesses, 2 or more, whatever. Anyway, I just appreciate so much that story. That was a very powerful story. All right, Debbie, I'm going to ask you the same question. How have you as a leader changed by writing your story in your 3 books?
Yeah, so I want to say, Terry, oh my goodness, that is amazing. And I can relate so much. So here's my leadership journey and writing. As a kid in school, I didn't know I could write. I just felt like I was doing everything wrong, nothing right. So the first time that somebody said to me, you have a story in you, I was like running backwards. No way. There's no way I'm going to write anything. What does anybody want to hear from me? Right? You can hear the old beliefs and the old stories in there. And the very first book that I wrote, as Terry just mentioned, it was healing. I got to know myself better. And I too have divine downloads. So there was places that is like, who wrote that? Who wrote that about me? Is that true? And so there was a deeper conversation and a deeper leadership that evolved from writing a book. I think there's a book in everyone, and I know that there'll be many more books in me as I get to hang around amazing people that bring out that story, bring out that truth in you.
Debbie, that is so incredible. I mean, how many of us want to run from our book? We don't have to be in grade school to think that we're not a writer. We don't have to have fear, just because we're a child that we can't write. I think most people have some resistance about writing and feel fear and feel inadequate about that. And yet 3 books later and more on the way. Look at you go, Debbie. I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much for sharing that story with us. How about you, Gail? Tell us a story about now having written 3 books. Tell us about some things that you learned about yourself as a leader.
Well, my journey began actually as a leader, as a manager. When I was writing my emails, I would put my own quotes in the email signature because I felt that everyone always spends so much time quoting other people. Not to say that the people are not worthy of being quoted, but my main quote was be quotable because what you say matters and people will remember. So then every time I'd put a quote in my email signature, which was once a week, people would say, who said that? Who said that? And I would say, a wise woman once said. And then finally, people were saying, you should gather all those together. So that's how it started. My first book was Weekly Windows of Wisdom, which had 52 quotes, and then Excerpts of Enlightenment, which had 52 quotes, and then the one that just came out, which is Prompts for Perseverance and Purpose. And so for that, I was able to put those books together. So in that way, it just came about. And
that's awesome. And I love the way you had things that were so practical and relying, here you were collecting these quotes and then you put them in a book. Well, that is really wise of you for your lessons of wisdom on Wednesdays. And so I appreciate so much that you did that. And what you just said is I want all of you out there who want to write a book, who have a desire, who think maybe I could write a book. It's in you. You already are a writer. You already are a speaker, and you just have to get that out. But sometimes it feels so ordinary because we've been through the journey, we've done the work, and it's just like, doesn't everybody know this already? But they don't. Other people need your wisdom, and for you to take what you have learned and put it in print is very powerful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that, Gail. And Jackie, how about you?
So such powerful ways of leading yourself to write a book. And it is one of the most profound things you can actually do. The introspection that you get from writing a story, a book is really powerful. And I used to lead from the armor that I wore, but now I lead from my scars. And I learned this on the journey of writing. So I was diagnosed with complex PTSD. I came back from Afghanistan and then I had unresolved childhood trauma from 9 different adverse childhood experiences. And how I led myself through that to write, it was a dissertation at the time, it was a master's in how primary socialization shapes how we narrate our adult behaviors and how that develops our leadership skills. I purged everything because I was at rock bottom, and all of the thoughts, the negative thoughts, emotions, and behaviors that were happening in my life, I needed to understand why and what was the root cause of my trauma. So I wrote an autoethnography, which is based in academic research linked in with the lived experience of myself. So I was my own case study, and me search became research. And then I left it for a while. And then I was like, do you know what? This has really helped me. I've healed so many of my scars, so many of my wounds. I want to help other people. I want to share how we do this and how we can rewire our nervous system, our minds to actually become really empowered leaders and people in this world. So I put it all into my book. And in doing that, it gave me so much shame resilience about my own story. And I can lead with vulnerability. I can lead with authenticity. And I want to help people know how to do that, because there is a way and there is hope that everyone can overcome unresolved trauma from childhood.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And your desire to help others is because of what you've gone through. You have something to offer others. And so thank you so much for sharing that and for sharing your journey and helping others, because so many of us, I think every single one of us has trauma in our life. It's different types of trauma. It's different experiences with the way that we cope with trauma. It's different support and resources that we have to deal with the trauma, but we all have trauma, and we all need someone like you, Jackie, who can help us to deal with our trauma. So thank you for writing your story and for sharing it, because you help so many people. And Cheryl, how about you? Tell me about what you've learned as a leader in sharing your story.
Well, I can so relate to all the other amazing leaders on this panel, because my thing was math. I used to get red marks, on all my English papers. So I didn't really think about writing a book. And then when I started sharing about my experiences, like Terry, it was a couple of friends who suggested that I write a book, but I'm still like, I'm not a writer. But I started journaling, right? And then, when we had the old phones back in the day, I would leave messages to inspire myself. And I didn't realize I was inspiring people who called me as well. And so fast forward to the pandemic, I started writing poetry. And as Terry said, like, I would go back and look at these poems. I'm like, I wrote that. And I felt, not in exact words as Terry, but you didn't write that. I did. And then I found a way to express not just my trauma, my pain. And that's when I started realizing that my childhood wasn't normal, that it actually was dysfunctional. It was traumatic. It was a lot of things going on. I was teased and bullied. So to actually think, one, that I would be a writer, and then two, even be a speaker on this panel, I never thought about that, because it was my voice that actually being different that I got teased and being bullied for. And so the more I started opening up and being vulnerable, as Jackie said, and being authentic and finding my voice, it actually created more abundance, I guess, more abundance and more connection with myself, to allow myself to share with others and let other people know, hey, if I can start here, like our amazing panels, right? Use our traumas. Don't be whatever that thing is that we think we are ashamed for. That's like our superpower. And we get to start writing our stories, especially leadership now in corporate America. We need to connect to ourselves to be better managers, to be better leaders in corporate America, in your own space.
Absolutely. Yes. You are absolutely right. And that abundance and that connection to yourself, that's really powerful, because you do heal when you write your own story. Thank you, ladies. It has been amazing. We could go on and on. Don't you all just want to hear more about these women and to learn more about their stories? Well, guess what? You can. You can go to the Women's Journal and read their stories, and there will be more. And if you would like to share your story in the Women's Journal, just let me know and we can connect and you can do that. Thank you, all of you wonderful ladies. Thank you for being with us. And I can't wait to have you on and speak again. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Right. Well, we are going to have to say goodbye. I hate to say goodbye to these women. They're just so incredible. It's just so fun to hear everything that they have to say. In fact, I am in awe when every woman that is part of the Women's Journal, I am in awe. And Ashley Borromeo is another one of our authors who I am in awe of. And she is an incredible leader as well. Well, this time I am going to be interviewed. And I recently had the experience of Ashley interviewing me. And so I was going to have somebody interview me today. And I thought I would love to have Ashley. And also I want you to learn about Ashley, because when you watch her interview people, you will learn how to be a better host. And so Ashley, thank you for being with us. And I will let you take over.
Karen, you're like beyond sweet. Like your words are just, okay, stop it. This is all about Karen Hall. This has nothing to do with Ashley. But I want to say, Michael gave you a bio before an introduction. And I really want to just repeat a few things, because Karen, I just met you less than a year ago. And I'm blown away. Like I'm truly blown away. I watch the way you lead in the Women's Journal, and I'm so grateful to be in the mix of all those incredible women that were just speaking, and even more to come over the next few days. But I would love to speak to the thing that I remember seeing about you first. And Karen, you're known as the Queen of Empathy. That's a beautiful title. Oh my gosh, that's a beautiful, beautiful title. And then I read your article in the Women's Journal, the last publication, and you talk about the Nightingale story and all these beautiful, beautiful things. And so I have to say this. So Karen Hall is known as the Queen of Empathy. If you didn't know that, that's Karen. She's a certified life coach. She's a keynote speaker. She's ranked top, 2.5%, I think, top for your podcast. What? Globally? Like, that's amazing. She serves as the executive producer for the Los Angeles Tribune, the Women's Journal, and Spanish Journal, executive director of the Global Women's Journal. I'm not done, you guys. Chief relationship officer at 90210 Enterprises. Like, it doesn't stop. And I have been in your mentorship now and underneath you, and I'm just in awe. And so when you asked me if I would interview, I was like, yes, of course. Like, could I please shine a massive spotlight on you? So my first question, because we're here with the Los Angeles Tribune, how do you lead as the executive producer at the Los Angeles Tribune? Well, tell me more about that, please.
Yes, so that was a very interesting role for me, because as the executive director of the Global Women's Journal, I was connecting with women from across the world, and I was helping them to write their stories. And then part of the package of publishing the story is speaking. So then I was helping them with the difference between writing and tightening up that message to be able to say it on stage and to be able to overcome the fears that people have. And then I was helping to actually host and interview guests. Then I moved into the role of a producer and actually learning all the tech and putting all the pieces together. It was a big learning curve for me, but I was so grateful that Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and Mary Glorfield trusted me to be able to give me that opportunity and just said, go, do it. And they trusted my gut feelings, the divine impressions that I had about how to structure things and how to elevate the women to be able to share their stories. And men, I'm also getting to have men share their stories. And so as a producer, I'll have this vision. For example, the Global Women's Leadership Symposium that we had in March, where Ashley spoke, had an amazing keynote speech that she gave. But when I have this vision that kind of comes to me, I am able as a leader to implement it. Now, if I am a speaker at an event, I have control over my speech, right? But as a leader, I can then share that vision and I can help to produce it in that way and elevate those speakers and the other producers who are involved and elevate the Tribune as well. And that brings me so much joy. And so I'm very grateful for that opportunity that I have been given. And I feel very, very blessed.
Oh, that right there. So I used to own a dance studio. You and I have talked about this. And it's exhausting, the prep to put on a dance recital for 350 students. That's, include their parents. That's well over 1,000 people. And their grandparents, which always have a hard time with finding tickets and all the good stuff. It's so beautiful. But to put it on because I knew I was giving those dancers an opportunity to shine, that's what it was all about for me. So Karen, I totally relate to what you just said. And what you just said reminded me of what the amazing Joseph McClendon III said this morning when he said, I do what I do because someone did this for me. So what Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and Mary Glorfield did for you, you're doing for me and all the women in the Women's Journal and everybody when you host and you produce the way that you do. So on behalf of everybody that gets to be a part of that, thank you. And you can tell it resonates. It resonates that you love to do that.
Thank you. And that does make me so happy to give you this opportunity to grow. And the other women in the Women's Journal, I have given them opportunities to host. And it does bring me a lot of joy to see all of these authors and speakers just elevating and growing as well.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's like it brings more energy to you and to them. And then therefore the snowball gets bigger and bigger, the momentum. I love it. Okay, next question for you. Okay, how do you lead as the executive director of the Los Angeles Tribune Global Women's Journal?
So it's a similar role, except it's much more one-on-one related. So I will talk to each speaker individually, and I'll review their story. I'll review the message that they're going to share on stage. We'll compare and contrast, and I'll say, let's go deeper. Let's really share the heart of this story. And sometimes it's a little vulnerable to do that. And most authors, they share a certain level, but I don't really want to go there. And I'm like, I want to tell you what the pain points are of the audience and what they want to know about you. And then we dig and we craft that message. And then I say, now, how can we take that story that you just wrote that is stellar and amazing? And now how can we say it? How can we capture them with our voice inflection, with the words, with the feeling? Because it's one thing to write a story, but when you hear a voice, you connect on a deeper level. And there's a lot that a speaker can do to connect with people, even on a Zoom call. A lot of people think, well, how can I connect with someone? I can't even see them. You can feel that energy when people are drawn in. And that's a skill that I help teach.
Oh, and I'm sure that has something to do with your highly sensitive HSP superpowers. And I love that you call them your superpowers. So I'm going to skip to that. I wasn't going to ask you this next, but it ties in so perfectly, Karen. And I'm looking over here at the chat, and Jason is in the chat, and he says she more than walks the walk and talks the talk. Like it really is. You pull something out of somebody because it's in their best interest, and you truly do care. You want to shine, and I've loved my communications with you so much. And anytime you respond back, and you're like, "What about this?" I'm like, "Ooh, that's going to take me another at least hour to even get to." And okay, yes, like it's so fun because it's like you're helping me to chisel out the story that I know will be the most impactful. So can you tell me more about the HSP? Because, how does being an HSP, how does that support and shape your leadership? Absolutely, I know it does.
Yes, HSPs are highly sensitive people. And there is so much research about HSPs. When I was growing up, I was always told, you're so sensitive. And when I heard it that way, I thought it was a terrible thing. I thought there was something wrong with me because I was so sensitive. And I would look at other people that got their feelings hurt and, they'd bounce back and they did it fairly quickly. And then there was me. And I felt things so deeply. And it took me a while to regulate my nervous system and to figure out how to bounce back. And I remember looking at other people and thinking, I wish I could do that. I wish I had that ability to do that. And so I felt very flawed as an individual. And I remember when Elsa came out and the song, Let It Go, Let It Go, I was like, that's my theme song. I just need to learn how to let it go. And I had been working on it and learning things. But I remember when I finally realized, it was when I was in college, that I realized that being sensitive was a gift, because I could pick up on nuances that other people couldn't pick up on. Even divine downloads. I didn't know that was challenging for other people to hear a divine download and to recognize it, that it was divine. I thought everybody got that kind of information. But when I realized that there were subtle cues, like I could walk into a room and I could kind of read the energy, and I could, many times I didn't even see somebody, but I could feel the energy. And I realized that helps me in such powerful ways to lead, because when a leader is aware then you can do something. If you're not aware, what can you do? And if a leader is not aware of what's going on with their team, how can they address it? How can they educate? How can they motivate? And how can they inspire? But if they are aware, and the first part of awareness comes from being aware of myself, being able to regulate my own emotions and my own nervous system. So if I'm triggered because something happened, and maybe there's a very stressful situation, and I come into the thing and they're looking at me as the leader, you need to lead this thing, but I'm triggered, it's more challenging for me to lead and I'm not as effective. But if I can calm myself first, if I can regulate my nervous system, my mirror neurons activate your mirror neurons, and then you feel calm. And then we can both communicate on a grounded level. Instead of being escalated where we can't remember everything and we might say things we regret later, we are able to have more effective communication. So being an HSP, I found, was a huge benefit as a leader. And then I read the research. Dr. Elaine Aron has done so much research on HSPs, and they are some of the most powerful leaders because of that sensitivity and that awareness.
Wow, so I am not an HSP, and I'm thinking to myself, how did you even discover that you were HS? Like, how did you know this? Well, you said college, but like, did you just decide, I want to figure out more about this, and you took some tests and then finally got, some clarity? I just want to know more personally. I have to ask that question.
Yeah, I did take personality tests. I happen to love, I'm a life coach, and I happen to love learning everything about the brain and about neuroscience. So I was always researching the brain, and I was researching about how, we develop personality and why we did the things that we did. And my dad's a psychologist, so I think I got it naturally. My mom should have been, but anyway, so I loved learning about people and about the brain. And then because I had been told I was so sensitive my whole life, and I was wishing that I could overcome that, I did a lot of research on sensitivity. And so then when I found that, I was like, oh my gosh, you take the little quiz and I'm like, 100 out of 100, practically on the test score, And so then I'm like, I go and look at all the footnotes and I go read all the research articles, about the functional magnetic resonance imaging that they have done on brains of people that are highly sensitive and how they have more mirror neurons that are activated. They have their brain lights up in different ways. It's biologically wired. It wasn't because I had a flaw. It was because I was divinely designed that way. That's how I came to Earth, and that is how those gifts that I was given to help me to navigate and to deal with the things that I have had in my own life. So that also was very empowering, because I realized there's not something wrong. There's something so right. What if this was a great thing? And when I realized it was, I was so much more empowered within my own personality and as a leader.
Oh my gosh, I feel like you just gave so much strength to anyone else who is an HSP, which I think I read somewhere. It was like 15 to 20% of people. It's not a huge number, but it's big enough. Gosh, Karen, that just gave so much strength to anybody else who is an HSP to see that superpower. And I love talking superpowers because we all have them. We all are, uniquely and beautifully made. I do want to go back because we only have a few minutes left. I want to go back. 90210 Enterprise as well. I mean, like your list goes on and on. You're an incredible friend. You're a wife. You're a grandmother. I mean, all the things, but also additional role, Chief Relationship Officer at 90210 Enterprise. Is your leadership role there the same as like with the Tribune and the Women's Journal, or does it look different?
It does look different. And, as I remember learning about, empathy and about emotional intelligence, I'm like, that's my jam. That's my favorite thing to talk about. And relationships is my favorite thing to talk about. I remember when I was in high school and I was invited to try out for a beauty pageant, and you had to have a talent. And I'm like, well, my talent is listening. So how do I do that on the stage? I couldn't dance like you could. And so I was like, I don't know how I do listening on stage. And so, but that was me. I just thought that is one of my talents, but I don't know how to do that in a public way. Well, as we evolved, as we have raised our consciousness in the business world, we have recognized that business is all about relationships. Sales is based on relationships. And I do a lot of coaching with entrepreneurs and sales and marketing people about how to build relationships. And when I realized that that was my favorite thing to do. I kept wishing that there was something that I could be hired to do as relating to relationships, because I thought, well, they don't hire somebody to do that. And I kept wishing that they would. Well, then I found out that they actually had a title for it. And this is fairly recently that they have developed this title. And I've secretly had a wish. I wish I could be a chief relationship officer. That's what I want to do, because I love having these conversations. And many times in my entrepreneurial world, we were dealing with high stake conversations and very challenging conversations. And one person was polar opposite the other. And I would help them to see what the other person saw. And I would say, can you see what this person is trying to say? And blah, blah, blah. And when they would see it, they'd be like, oh, and sometimes they would even paraphrase. And I'd say, is this what you're trying to say to this other person? And they'd say, well, yeah. And the other person would say, oh, that's what you meant? I have no idea that's what you meant. And so being able to utilize those skills at 90210 Enterprise is like such a gift to me. And I am so grateful for Ashkan Tabibnia for offering me that position and allowing me to use my God-given gifts, because it brings me so much joy when I am able to build these relationships, when I am able to help people to move forward with their goals and to be able to create the depth and the higher consciousness in their relationships so that they can accomplish their goals.
And that just goes right back to the beginning, like exactly how you started. It lights you up to be a connector for other people, to provide opportunities. And, you speak about the empathy advantage in your keynotes a lot. And I mean, it's right there. It's just, that's just who you are. And what I love about that is that, again, going back to what Joseph said, somebody has done this for you, not somebody, but many somebodies. And it's always about connecting in those relationships. And it just becomes this bigger, more beautiful dream and vision. And I love when you said, Karen, you were like, I would like to have that title. I just know that I would like to have this title. So let's just put that out into the universe and just keep, my gosh, that's beautiful. I do have another question, if it's okay. I think we're good on time. So what's a moment in your leadership journey that deeply shaped you? Maybe something unexpected or transformational, just like anything that comes to mind, because you're so good about pulling stories out of us. I want to hear one from you.
Well, I remember when I was working with I was in the medical field, and I was working with doctors that were polar opposites. They did not see eye to eye. They did not relate to the rest of the staff, and there was a division, and it was very difficult to accomplish the goals when there was this animosity and this angst. And so, and there were a lot of costs involved as well, because sometimes it turns into a lawsuit. And so they came to me and said, you are so good at calming people. You are so good at these difficult conversations. I was the one known if a patient was like, we had patients that were threatening, and they would tell us that they were going to threaten us. They would say, Karen, go talk to that patient and help them calm down. So they kind of knew that was what I like to do. And they would joke about me, because they're like, are you sure you're not a counselor instead of a dietitian? Because I love both. I love people and I love food. And so I just kind of combine, as a dietitian, you do a lot with relationships. So as I did that, and I realized that I didn't just have that ability with a patient, but I also had that ability with staff. And I saw them be able to see each other's point of view and to be able to come to a unity between them and to realize we're not separate. We have the same desires and goals. We both want to be happy. We might think about it differently, but how can we be on the same team? How can we work together toward the common goal that we do have? And when I was able to help them find that and then to move forward, everything changed. And it brought me, just like you said, it lit me up. It brought me so much joy. And I realized that's where I need to be. And that's what I need to use my time with. And a lot of times when we're in a situation, we talked about this just a bit on pivoting. Gail Larson brought this up, knowing when we're in a place, where we should be or when we should pull back. And at that moment, I realized I am not getting the return on my investment. I am investing time, I'm investing resources, I am investing in a lot of ways here, but I'm not getting the return on investment. And when we're in a situation and we're recognizing that we are giving and we are not being able to be a receiver of what we need, or we're not being appreciated for our superpowers and our gifts, we need to make that pivot. We need to decide, maybe I need to move to a different arena. And God tells me that. He'll let me know, this is not working for you. You're not being recognized in the ways that you need to be utilized. So I'll just help you move to other ways. And he does that for me. He moves me without me even doing anything. It's not like I go knock on doors and ask for things. People come to me because God is doing that, because he says, I want you to be able to use your powers. I gave you those powers and those gifts, and I want you to use those. And when, as a leader, that's a powerful skill that we need to have, to recognize the superpowers in our people, to retain them, to take care of them, to love our people and make sure that they feel valued, and make sure that they feel that they are getting a return on their investment. Because when a part of it, when a team member feels valued and loved, what do? They produce. They're loyal, they're committed, and they're an active member of the team. They communicate with the leader and they tell them, did you know this is happening? And the insights that the leader would not know otherwise, because there's that open dialogue. So it's a powerful role. For me, it was powerful to see it in myself, that it was me to make a pivot, but it was also powerful to teach me as a leader. I had a responsibility to deliver what I promised and to have the integrity to do so.
And I can speak to say that you 100% do that with the Women's Journal. Like, you empower us and you see us and you hear us, and you just tied to so many things. I just want to just put this little tie together, because the whole event, the whole leadership week, we all are leaders, and in so many beautiful gifts that we have. But when you just said putting that time in, right, and what are you getting for it, reminded me of what Aaron Scott Young said when he was like, what's the end goal? What are you putting all this time in for? What is that? And then, just constantly going back to your gifts. When Dr. Christina said, what good is it if I sit at home and I don't use this gift to share with the world? And you just said, God gave me this gift. This is for you to share. So, Karen, I just thank you for your leadership, because I, for one, get to feel the ripple of it. And thank you for letting me interview you and ask you these questions and shine a light on all of the many hats that you wear so beautifully. Thank you. Thank you. You're amazing. Keep leading. We all need you. We all need Karen Hall.
Thank you, Ashley. What a joy to be with you today and to get to share my story. And thank you. You were an excellent host, and I appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I hate to say goodbye. I hate to have her go, but we have another amazing speaker, and this is Sarah Barthel. And Sarah is the CEO of Vibrant Via. And she is also a published author, and she is working in a very unique field of functional medicine as a functional medicine nutritionist. And so, Sarah, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Karen, for having me. I'm so excited to be here and have this conversation with you today.
Well, Sarah, tell us about your book that you have written.
So I just recently was featured in the first edition of the Global Women's Los Angeles Tribune Journal, really just sharing my story of how I got on this journey of working with women, healing them, rebalancing hormones, weight, digestion. Really, it was my journey from my 20s, kind of looking healthy from the outside, and in the inside falling apart and really being brushed off and told, like, looks good, everything's normal. And you start to question yourself when that happens. Yeah. So.
And oh my goodness, this is so true. How many times have we felt something, either felt something in our gut that something's, there's something else. I'm just feeling some vibes here. Not really sure what's happening, but I'm feeling some vibes. Or maybe in our body, we're saying, I don't feel so great. We go to the doctor and they're like, you're fine. Your labs all look great. And you're like, I don't feel so great. Yes. And so for you to empower people who come to you after having that experience, because I would imagine that many people come to you after having gone to see other people and not getting the answers and the help that they want. Yes. As a leader, how do you help them to trust themselves?
I think it starts with exactly what you just said, is listening. And that's where it starts, is creating space for them to be truly seen and truly heard. And I find that a lot of women who come to me, they've been let down by 8, 10, 12 doctors and really brushed off and almost told directly or indirectly, your symptoms are in your head. Here's an anti-anxiety med. Or I had a woman who, she had just had her second baby, and she came to me and she was like, I'm gaining weight. I'm struggling with rage issues. I hired a trainer. I hired a physical therapist, and I'm cooking organic and using healthy oils and eating 1,300 calories, and I'm still gaining weight. And they're afraid of me once a month. My whole family's afraid of me. So we had to rebalance some things. She was doing a lot of things right. And she was told, she was like in her mid 30s, you're just getting older. And that kind of just, and that's where I was too in my 20s, basically just this feeling of hopelessness and frustration. And I think now that's why it's my mission to really educate and empower and inspire women to take back control of their health. And, this is the period of our lives where we are stepping into our power, where everything is sort of falling into place, our life experience, our confidence, and our health has to be there too. We have to put on our own oxygen mask first, and our bodies are changing. I want to show women that this can be the healthiest decades are yet to come.
Yes. I read a quote once that said that, we're always after the thing. We want to accomplish the thing. And we often neglect our health. But when our health is suffering, it's like the only thing that matters. And I think you just touched on that, basically, that is vital for us to take care of ourselves. Like you just talked about, putting on your own oxygen mask first. So as leaders, and especially as women, many times we're the ones who are giving. We're the ones who are serving. What can we do? And what advice would you give to us as a leader to help us take care of ourselves so that we have the fuel, so we have the energy, so that we can use our gifts in the world?
No, absolutely. And I think we have as leaders, we have the opportunity to set an example to those around us, to the people we're leading, to our kids and to the next generation of, it's not selfish to take care of yourself. And I think, especially when we have a higher calling on our lives, when we feel like we are being called by God to step in to make a truly deep and lasting impact on the world, how much of an impact can we make if we're like barely making it through the day? We're exhausted. We have brain fog. We don't feel comfortable in our own skin. That just doesn't sound like the description of a powerful woman with a calling to lead on her life. And so we simply have to, and there's a lot we can get away with in our 20s and even our 30s. And so that's where women start to get frustrated, is they go back to the old tricks and really oftentimes in our 30s, 40s, and 50s, those things that worked in the past are actually worsening our symptoms and our imbalances now. So we have to tune in to our bodies and to listen instead of just slapping a Band-Aid on and powering through.
Oh my goodness. And isn't that true? I don't know about you guys, but when you're in the college days or whatever, you can stay up all night long writing, studying for a final or writing a paper or whatever. But then there comes a point in time where that doesn't work so well. And trying to have the stamina, the emotional stamina, the physical stamina to be able to function and do what you are called to do requires that we take care of ourselves. And it's interesting how, when we're young, we feel invincible. We think we can just keep on going and we don't have to put fuel in. We just go in. But you mentioned something, later in life, with menopause and premenopause and things like that, we start to notice. And so what have you found? Because you were talking about weight loss, you're doing all the things, you're eating healthy, you're doing all the things, but it's not working. What do you do for women, and how do you lead them because that's half the world and the rest, the other half of the world have women that are dealing with it. So every single one of us is dealing with that issue. What can you teach us as a leader in this area?
No, that's a great question. And I think we have to slow down and take our feet off the gas pedals, even if we're driven type A, high performing women. and really slow down enough to listen to our bodies, to listen to our internal voice, to listen to the voice and the guiding of God and of the Holy Spirit. And if we are constantly have our foot on the gas pedal, we're never slowing down enough to listen to our bodies and to really start to bring things back into balance, because our bodies are not our enemy. And I think this is where a lot of women, I think I liken it to back in my Ironman days. I was actually, one of my first races, I started to go blind in 2 miles from the finish line. And of course I didn't stop. I just kept going. There was an ambulance that tried to pull me in, and I latched onto this runner guy and I finished, right? But that's what women do. As high performing leaders, we don't stop. We are the ones that our bosses pile on more work because they know we'll get it done. We're juggling a career and a family and trying to look like we have it all together, and probably still feeling like maybe we're not doing enough. And I think we just have to give ourselves as much grace as we give others, but we also need to slow down and realize that maybe some things that we're doing, whether it's with our sleep or how we're fueling our bodies or how we are moving our bodies, all of our body's needs change as our hormones are changing. And so we have to slow down enough to realize our bodies can come back into balance. They are for us, not against us. And we just have to give them what they need so that we can keep moving forward.
Sarah, this was so good. Our bodies are for us, not against us. And many times when we are going through those challenges and we don't feel good and we're trying to do the things and it's not working, it can feel like our body is our enemy. And as women, there can be many issues with body shaming and a lot of things that come into play with that. But then you add on the emotional element with, premenopause and menopause and that aspect. And yet we just keep pushing, push, and keep going. And many times we feel like there's something wrong if we slow down, if we need to take that rest. And I remember thinking about winter, and, a lot of people don't like winter. They're like, you can't go out and play as much in sunshine and, it's cold or whatever. People often, they talk negatively about winter. And sometimes the ground is barren and dark and there's nothing happening. It looks like nothing's happening, but there's so much rejuvenation that happens during wintertime, just like there's so much rejuvenation that happens during sleep. And so tell us about the power of sleep and the power of slowing down to rejuvenate ourselves so that we can heal on a cellular level to be able to be more effective.
So I think, and that's what, as women, oftentimes we're like, well, if this isn't working, I'm going to double down and I'm going to work harder and do more and stay up later and eat less and exercise harder and fill in the blank. But that's usually what got us to success in multiple areas of our lives to a certain point. And then we have to slow down and sleep is a cornerstone of that rest and rejuvenation at the cellular level, at the brain level. We're immediately insulin resistant the next day if we don't sleep enough. Our brains detox while we sleep. During our 30s, 40s, and 50s, our brains, we have hormone receptors all over our bodies, skin, brain, gut, everywhere. And so our brains are even rewiring. So a lot of women notice changes in mental health and mood. And so we do really need to be mindful of caring for our body, mind, and spirit. And sleep is just a cornerstone. We absolutely have to get a deep restorative 7 to 9 hours of sleep. But I think it's also important to remember to carve out non-sleep time that's not just dedicated to work or to tasks or to learning, but actually creativity.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is so true. Carving out that time and not only sleep, but recreation, to be able to have fun. I remember when the song came out there, you may not know it because you're so young, but there's a song that came out, there's no such thing as too much fun. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with that. I mean, we need fun in our life. And a lot of times as entrepreneurs, as women leaders, we may be lacking some fun in our life, and that fun can be rejuvenating just like sleep can be rejuvenating.
Yeah. And I try to convince the women I work with to weave in moments of joy just for pure joy. And it doesn't have to be going to the spa. I'm just trying to convince them to do something like sipping a cup of tea out of a mug that, like a beautiful mug you like, or like reading a couple chapters, or, you know, stepping outside to enjoy a beautiful view of nature. Just these little moments that we often don't weave into our days. And it really is powerful and important for
It is.
mental and physical health.
Yes, because we are not a one facet person. You know, there are so many sides to us, and we need to nourish all of the sides, the physical, emotional, mental, you know, spiritual. There's so many sides that we need to take care of. And what's interesting though is if we take care of our physical constitution, it affects all of them. I'm fascinated with the way that our physical health affects our mental and emotional health, and vice versa. You know, when we are not well emotionally, it depletes our immune system. When I learned that depression caused us to have a weakened immune system physiologically, I was blown away that our emotions could affect us that way. Do you deal with women that are suffering with depression and things like that as well?
And one of the things that I have noticed is I even stopped running lab testing on neurotransmitters because it's usually not an imbalance in the brain. It's usually like half something like going on in their environment, but then half of it's something in their body, physiological, that feels like a stress response. And so what I mean by that is like cortisol and stress hormones and blood sugar surges. And like when we've got imbalances in our gut microbiome, 90% of our happiness and calming neurotransmitters, they're made in our gut, not in our brain. And so we have to look at all of these different areas. And I think that's part of it too, is pulling out the moral piece. Like, you should be happy. You have a lot to be grateful for. Why are you feeling this way? To, if we can show areas that our bodies need to rebalance, it empowers them to, and it kind of takes off the pressure of feeling like it's their fault or that they shouldn't feel this way. And so,
That's so powerful right there, because I don't know about you, put a one in the chat. Have you ever felt like something is wrong with you, and yet to take out that moral part of it? That's so empowering, Sarah. And for you to do that as a leader for your clients and for others, even to teach other leaders to take the moral part out of it and to have grace for ourselves, for other people, for what we're struggling with, and then to empower people in their struggles to regain their health. And then to have that ripple out. I see you as being a healer in many ways in your life.
well, I appreciate that. And it's something that when you were talking about your kind of flipping the script on your sensitivity and empathy as a weakness versus a superpower, I think that's part of leadership and strength as well. Is I've always loved being around people who don't have a filter, who don't care what people think. I have always been extremely empathetic. And in fact, my first master's degree was in counseling psychology. And I remember being like, this is a burnout career for me because I feel things so deeply. And I think when we can turn that into a strength, now, as I'm working with women with their health and giving them space and listening and praying for wisdom and discernment, not only I've spent thousands and thousands of hours in school and learning the nuances of labs, but also the other side of like the emotional piece and the creating space and tapping into that wisdom and discernment of what do they need. And it's not always just physical. We are physical and spiritual, and there's so many layers of health. And that's where I think functional medicine shines, is we're not just looking at one area. We're looking at, everything from what we put in our mouth to how we sleep to who we spend time with. It's just so important.
Oh, Sarah, you are just a wealth of information. So for all of you out there who have a loved one, or if you are the loved one that want to feel better about yourself, about your physical health, about your mental or emotional health, functional medicine is a very powerful tool. And so I encourage you to look up Sarah Barthel at Vibrant Via and learn more about how you can improve your quality of life, because isn't that what it's all about? The quality of our lives. And so thank you, Sarah, for being with us today. You're an amazing leader. And I can't wait for all of you to read her story in the Los Angeles Tribune Global Women's Journal.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We'll hear from you again soon.
Looking forward to it.
All right. Oh my goodness. It's so fun. So fun to have you with us. All right. We have more amazing guests that are coming on. And so we are going to be joined by Cheryl. And Cheryl is the founder of Joyly, and we're going to hear more about her. And Crystal Prevett, the queen of Crystal Clarity. And we are so glad to have Crystal with us. And Nicole Cowley. And so I am so happy to have these wonderful ladies on our panel today. And so I am going to have you tell us a little bit about each of you, and so that our audience can get to know you. These are three powerhouse women that have so much to share, and they have some really interesting things in common as leaders. So I'm going to start with you, Crystal, because here we are talking about healing at the cellular level, with several people. And that is, Crystal just recently gave a talk at the Biomed Expo about healing at the cellular level. And she has published a book about crystal clarity. And who doesn't want more crystal clarity in their life? And also, Crystal is such a heart-centered, generous soul. So Crystal, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Karen. First of all, happy birthday again. Wanted to wish you, give little extra wishes. Love celebrating my friends, and I feel like the Los Angeles Tribune has kind of become this beautiful family as well. So we're all celebrating you. Thank you for having me, but I wanted to give you a little credit first. So my name is Crystal Prevett, and I'm known as the Queen of Crystal Clarity because as someone who lived a life of pain, trauma, sexual abuse, and suffering, I turned that into being a 9-time best-selling author, featured in New York Times Square, helping Fortune 500 companies and individuals just like you to remove those things that are holding us back, the pain, the suffering, the traumas that are hidden below the surface, so that we can have more clarity, more confidence, and do the things that we're born to do. There is a component of suffering is necessary in our journey. Nobody gets out unscathed, but if we can turn that pain into power, it can just catapult us to areas where I believe we truly belong, because as below, so above. Those people that have been in the trenches can soar even higher. And I think that's one of my superpowers, is being super compassionate for other people and helping them at a cellular level remove those things that are holding them back. And it's so beautiful to see people transform. So I'm blessed to be on this panel with you lovely ladies. I'm sure they put us together for a reason. I always love when that happens.
I do too. And how amazing to help women to heal and to turn your pain into power, because you have so much credibility because of what you have gone through, and now to be able to share those lessons with others. Thank you so much. And thank you for your compassion that allows you to be able to do that. Well, Nicole, I am going to introduce you next. And Nicole is a hypnotherapist. She is the CEO of Next Step with Nicole. She is an empowerment coach and an author and a speaker. She is a very powerful mentor. And I have had Nicole mentor me, and it has been so healing. And I believe that Nicole has the gift of healing. She has a genuineness about her that touches hearts, and she is able to help people really see, just like Crystal was saying, she helps them to be able to see with clarity. So welcome, Nicole.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Karen. And happy birthday again, too. Yes, happy birthday. What a beautiful introduction. And oh my gosh, listening to what Crystal was just saying, and then listening to you being interviewed just a little while ago, and all the people here, I'm hearing the most amazing aspects of leadership. And I'm honored to be here. So yes, I am Nicole Cowley. I am a women's empowerment coach. I really help women who are high achievers and look like they have everything on the outside going on. Everything's great. And then inside they're exhausted, they're burned out, they're tired, and they have never really lived the way they wanted to live. They lived in the shoulds instead of living in what they really would love. And so it is my honor to help those women really take their lives to the next level. I have a background in personal training, health coaching, life coaching, and hypnotherapy, and I try to use it all to really help them take their lives to the next level. I had to do that many years ago. I had to start my whole life over, and now I love using what I learned to help them rise and be their best.
Well, I can't wait because we're going to get back to that because we want to hear more. It's like, wait, what? You just hooked us right there, just like you do in your story. And now we can't wait to turn the page and find out what's next. That's awesome. Well, Cheryl Lynn, tell us about you and about how you founded Joyly and what was it that brought you to do that?
Well, happy birthday. I can't be the only one. And I do think that the thread between us is healing. I was listening to all the talks before, and I just, Karen, I just want to compliment you. I think you said 5 or 6 times during your presentation the word joy. And so my ears were like popping, popping, popping. So we can talk about that in a minute. But I think a great story that kind of sums up what I am doing here and why Joyly is a thing is I walked into a group of construction workers, all men. So I know a lot of us work with women. And I asked them how they were doing one by one as I was going around the room before I spoke. And they said, I'm fine. How are you doing? I'm fine. How are you doing? I'm fine. And so I feel like that's a story that we hear over and over again. And it took me years and years and years to just move that aside to get into what was really going on. And so what I found was a universal thread, and it was joy. And we started talking about what it would take to make joy a core life skill. And then 5 years ago, Joyly was born.
And now she takes her joy chair everywhere she goes and has people sit in it and brings them joy. And so thank you, Sherilyn. I appreciate that so much. Okay, so I'm going to go back to you, Sherilyn, because you were just talking about, in different environments. And I know you've been in corporate. And so tell us as a leader, what have you learned in your experience in your corporate world?
Actually, I have no corporate experience.
Oh, well, I knew you had talked for the human resource management conferences, and I thought you had some corporate experience.
As far as physically working in corporate America, I have never done, but I have worked a lot with presenting and creating conversations around personal and professional development within corporations. So what is it you want to know?
I wanted to know what you had learned about leadership in the corporate setting.
Oh, got you. So I thought you meant me as a leader, but okay. So anyway, or me as a corporate employee or a corporate executive or manager. But what I have learned basically is that there is a lot of communication that could be much more solutionized and engaged if people were open to the conversation around emotions. So what I've learned is that we can check off the box about problem. I know what to do. I know what to do. Step 3, step 4, step 5, really good. But what we don't know, for example, in a corporate America, there's something that has to take a great deal of risk, and the problem gets solved, but then the emotion around that problem never gets addressed. And so I think that's what really is a broken model in our society is we always have to move past that emotion maybe until we get home, and then we get into pseudo joy, right? Which is around maybe drinking or shopping or eating or chocolate or whatever the thing is. So yeah, so that's my continuous conversation with not just employees or engagement or corporate America, it's with everyone. So
yeah. Oh my goodness. Pseudo joy. Did you all hear that? How many of us are, looking for joy in all the wrong places? And so thank you. We're gonna come back to that. That's really good. How about you, Nicole? Tell us about, because I know you've had some corporate experience and you've worked with people in the corporate world. What have you learned about the corporate setting and about leadership?
Well, I work with a lot of entrepreneurs, and actually my family had a chain of children's wear stores for over 60 years. And our company was all women. It was all women except for my dad. My dad was the leader of it, and 80 women, my dad and 80 women. And it was really interesting what I did learn within our organization. And my dad was really amazing at teaching me this and helping me understand is that it wasn't about us, it was about them. And it was always about them, like really learning what made them happy, what wanted to recognize them for all the service they did. They were the front line. They were the people that were they represented us, and they were the ones who were always in interaction with all our clients. And so my dad was always always told me, Nicole, make sure everybody feels seen, make sure they feel heard, make sure that they know they matter. And then when they do, this is not just our company, it is their company. And I love that. I always love that. And so to me, what I always feel is that what comes down to always is that people just need to be heard and seen. And when they're heard and seen, and I think you were saying this too, Karen, when they're heard and seen, they are productive. They feel worthy. They feel like they have purpose. They can't wait to get to work. They can't wait to help other people because they know they matter. And so that's what I've noticed the most for me.
Oh, that is one of your superpowers, is seeing people and hearing them and understanding them. It's a beautiful gift that you have, Nicole. And when we do have someone in our life that sees us and hears us, don't we feel so cherished and so valued? I mean, when we talk, Cheryl, about joy, that brings me joy. When someone sees me and I really feel heard and understood. Thank you, Nicole. And to do that in a corporate setting with your father, with his business, to actually live it is another thing. Because, people talk the talk, but do they walk the walk? And are they actually really implementing that in their daily interactions? That's a true leader right there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How about you, Crystal? Because I know you've interacted with, the corporate world as well. And what have you learned about leadership in the corporate world?
Well, I think that I heard a lot of people talking yesterday about active listening, which is a great communication skill. It's so important, but also active thinking, thinking with discernment, because a lot of times in corporate environments, people get very burnt out because cultures can kind of glorify the overworking, the overstimulation. You either need to make your goal and then we're going to raise it, or you don't hit your sales goal and we're going to make you feel guilty about it. So these are real struggles that people are going through every day, and that can really affect our mental health in maybe an underlying way that we don't realize. So something like active thinking, where you're actually using discernment and boundaries and saying, okay, I might work 7 hours today, but maybe I'm going to work 6 hours tomorrow to balance it out. And because the next day I know I have to work 15 hours because my mentor, Bill Walsh, says entrepreneurs are the only people that he knows that will trade in a 40-hour work week for a 100-hour work week. So we oftentimes will work more than a 9-to-5 job when we're in the entrepreneur seat, and just maybe making time for boundaries to, like we said just now, doing some things outside, doing some things to nourish ourselves, and really tuning into the fact that we are mind, body, and spirit. I know this was brought up earlier, and we put so much into the mind and getting things done, and then sometimes we'll focus a lot on the body, but there's an integration process of really balancing that out. I feel like that is really the sweet spot. Sometimes it feels a little unattainable, but I challenge people to keep pushing towards balance because it's really imperative.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And isn't that interesting quote what Bill Walsh says? Entrepreneurs are the only ones who will trade, a 40-hour work week for a 100-hour work week. And yet,
with joy. Yeah.
With joy. Why do we do it? Because of the joy, and there's a fulfillment that comes to us as we do that. And I think that part of the reason that we have that fulfillment is because we are using our gifts in a way that we weren't able to do so otherwise. And so, Geraldine, I'm going to go back to you about joy again. And since that's your favorite thing to talk about, let's talk about it some more.
We're so good at it.
I want the audience to know from you, what would you like to teach the leaders out there who are listening to us about joy?
Can we put a little bow on it? It's very simple. It's called Joy Intelligence, which all of you are, which everyone I've talked today. I encourage everyone. There's a blog on my website called The 25 Misconceptions of Joy. And I must say that bring you joy is one of those things. So I just want you to know that it's not a package you bring to someone, right? I think Sarah just said earlier, 90% of our neurotransmitters are in our stomach or in our, from cortisol and stress and overwhelm. So if we could get ourselves elevated to understanding what does it mean to become joy intelligent? How do I surround myself with not positive oh my gosh.
Toxic positivity.
Thank you. Too many words to combine there, but not surrounding ourselves with, what's masking and all the things that are wrong, but instead, how do we elevate and use safety, presence, get grounded? Not that we have to be, elevated in joy, but to understand that if we prioritize it as a human race, what could we do for not just our family and our friends, our corporations, our team, our staff, our churches, our communities. So everyone can be impacted by joy intelligence.
Oh, and Debbie Prediger just said, wow, what a true leader. 80 women in 60 locations and bringing joy. It really is a superpower, and it really is a skill that we can all learn. And then it ripples outward. And so whether you're the recipient or the giver, the sharer, the example of it, both sides are blessed. And so thank you, Sherilyn, because your work that you are doing is a very, very powerful work. And joy intelligence, isn't that a great way to think about it? I love to talk about emotional intelligence, but joy intelligence, is it pseudo joy or is it real joy? That's fantastic.
Being able to discern that exactly what you're saying.
Yes, to discern that. Okay, so I want to ask Crystal about this journey that you have had of the trials in your life and about how you have found joy, because you exemplify joy as well. I remember the first time I met you, we were at a hotel and there was a speaking event, and I had seen you on stage before, but I had not, met you in person, and you just glowed. I haven't gotten to meet Cheryl yet in person or Nicole in person either. I've just gotten to talk to them, online and on the phone, but Crystal, I got to meet you in person, and you had such a glow about you. And I feel like many times when we're struggling, it's hard to feel like, is there happiness in my future again? And you may have asked yourself that. How did you find joy in the midst of the very difficult challenges that you've gone through?
I think I resonate with probably Nicole's ideal client. For a long time, I looked like I had the best life anyone could ever imagine. I had the beautiful home, I had the husband, I had the 2 children, and I deserved an Academy Award for faking it. I literally was miserable inside. My body was getting sick. I was getting these signals from the universe. I fell and broke my skull. And when I broke my skull, I fell so hard I broke 2 of my teeth. And so I had a bunch of surgeries. At the end of those 13 surgeries, I lost 175 grand in 10 days. COVID hit, so then I was homeschooling my children. I ended up separating from my ex of 17 years. I tripped and fell and broke my ankle in 4 places, and then my house was struck by lightning.
Good heavens!
So literally, the universe was trying everything it could do. I'm very strong-willed, so I wasn't maybe listening to some of those signs until it really cranked it up full blast. The last house being struck by lightning was pretty much the last straw. I was like, okay, white flag here, what's going on? And that's when I found the process that I do, the neurolinguistics, so that I could go back, and it seemed like that was the stuff that was really affecting me. That was so much stuff. That would happen within about 3 or 4 weeks of itself. All of
3
that
or
stuff.
4 weeks.
Yes. But in reality, it was my childhood trauma that was surfacing that I had shoved in for so long. I'm just at a point where I'm able to start talking about this, but I was actually dealt with a lot of sexual assault as a child. I even became human trafficked at a very young age from my own father. So there was a lot of shame and repressed guilt and a lot of mixed emotions around who I was and feeling some abandonment and rejection. But I shoved all that inside because I think culturally it's was appropriate to pretend that we're joyful or to act like we're happy. And even my ex told me that I was damaged goods and things that made me feel like I could never really let people know the truth about my story. And now if you don't like my story, like, you can take it or leave it, because I am who I am. And I think walking now in my authentic energy and really, realigning through lightning strikes and traumas, pain. My pain really did turn into power, physically and emotionally. So I just hope that my story can help other women realize that even though you've been through a lot of horrible things, that you are more than the sum of your past experiences, and that can be turned into the most beautiful future, and not to feel guilt or shame around things that might have happened to you, especially in the past. I mean, mine first 6 years were riddled with trauma, and 6 years is not something you can really affect your environment very much. So I just want to be an inspiration and lead from the front, and let people know that you belong and that you are incredible.
Yes, and I just want to know the comments are just blowing up. I mean, Barbie just said, "Go, Crystal, go! You're a rock star." And Jackie Wilkinson said, "Crystal Privet, so brave, sharing your story, pain into power." I mean, so many people are just saying the same things because it's resonating with all of us. We just we love you for sharing that part of your story with us, and I can't wait to read your book.
Well, the next book, I'm on book number 10 and 11, so those books will be starting to talk about it a little bit. But I want to give one last little hope of inspiration is not all of the story will probably come out at first. The first time I just barely said I had a trauma, and I broke out into sweat on stage, and I was like, I can't believe I just said that. So it is part of a process. Be gentle with yourself as it's unfolding. The bravery will come as you kind of expose yourself.
Thank you, because it is scary. I mean, every woman that writes her story in the Women's Journal it's scary to share that. And so thank you for validating that and for giving us permission to allow it to unfold and to gain courage and to gain the confidence, baby step at a time,
Yeah.
So thank you. That's very powerful. Debbie Prediger just said the whole story doesn't come out at one time, or at first it comes out in times as you heal, as you move forward. That's so true. All right, Nicole, because you have had an interesting story of overcoming, could you just wrap us up with our last comment for our panel about how you have found joy despite the challenges you've been through?
Sure. And Crystal, my gosh, thank you for sharing that right now. My heart, I just can feel you, and you're so powerful and so strong, and your journey is just going to help so many people. So thank you for sharing. That was beautiful. I think back lots of times. So I was a stay-at-home mom, and my marriage basically almost ended overnight. I had been in our family business for many years, and then made a decision to be home, and literally my marriage ended almost overnight. And I had let go of all my finances, all the things, and I all of a sudden had these two beautiful children looking at me saying, "Now what, Mom?" And I literally didn't know. But one thing I want to share, when I look back on my story, and I had to build myself, because I did build right from scratch all the way through to what I'm doing today, which I can't even believe I'm here today with all of you. Like, if I was to think back 10 years ago, this is not where I would have been. I'm like, oh my gosh, amazing. But what I want to share that I think is so important is when you're going through something that is so traumatic and you're going through things that are so hard, one of the things that I see really helped me was to find something I was interested in, find something that I wanted to learn, find something that made me excited again, something that got my passion going again, so that I could focus on something else than instead of focusing on all the other negative things that were happening in my life. And so once I started to find things I was interested in, that started to take over. And every time I found things that I learned things, I'd start to gain more confidence. I'd start to see there's more out there. I'd start to see there's expansion, there's growth. And so I always think, like, let's find something, or a charity, or find something where you can move towards giving and from service, instead of being so in and seeing all that isn't going well, and instead try to give out And that's when really everything I find started to change for me. The more I could help people, the more I could really show up in service. When I found my passion, when I found things that really lit me up, I was no longer focusing on the past, and I was getting really excited about the future. And so that is just that's my one of the things that I just know does change your pattern really fast, is just start something for you, start something just for you.
Yes. So starting that passion project, that using that
Mhm.
creativity, Becky Robbins talked about the antidote to anxiety is creativity. And what you just said is so powerful, giving. And that as we serve and as we give, we get outside of ourselves, and that gave you purpose. And just like we talked about, that turned your pain into power. Ladies, you're amazing. I'm so excited to have you speak.
I brought a prop. Can I share real quick? Just a
Yes, sure, real quick.
So this is a prop. So when she said that, do something inspiring, I wore this out to an event last night, and somebody came up to me who I now have an appointment with, the superintendent of Las Vegas. So stand out, do what you love.
Stand
So I
out.
just wanted to
Yes.
share that.
Do what you love. And look at her sunshiny yellow jacket, her yellow sunshiny hair that's all joyous. You ladies are great examples and wonderful leaders. Thank you so much for being with us. It was great to have you.
Thank you,
God.
Karen.
I could
Thank
just
you.
have all of you talk and talk and talk some more. I just love having you here, and it was just very fun. Our next guest is Elizabeth Canty. Dr. Elizabeth is an author, a podcaster, and an inner transformation coach. And Dr. Elizabeth has written the book Living Enlightened, and she is an expert on mind, body, soul. So we are going to have the privilege of hearing from Dr. Elizabeth. If you could tell us more about you and what brought you to the point that you're at today.
Oh my goodness. Well, that would be a long story.
You've got time. So you just go right
How
ahead.
much time do we have, Karen?
Go.
But thank you so much. And I am an inner transformation coach, an award-winning author, a podcaster. And I help people to love their life and live their passion. And what I love, what I was just hearing in the last panel, and honestly for the past 2 days, is really hearing about how everyone is finding their passion through challenges, through pathways, through turning around, whatever it is that they had to do. And Nicole just talked about being interested, what she was interested in. And I can just imagine what Crystal had to do to really find her passion coming out from under that trauma. But that's what we do. And I believe that the reason we do that is because we really know that that is our birthright. That is what we're meant to be doing, regardless of the situations in our childhood, regardless of the things that seem to want to keep holding us down. We are here to, burst forth, find our joy, live our passion, and love our life. And that's what I love helping people do.
Well, I love that too. And I love your passion, and I love your energy. And as we have talked with Dr. Elizabeth about her leadership, for those of you who got to hear her at the Global Women's Leadership Symposium, she told some amazing stories of some challenging conversations. And so I wonder if you could share with us another example, a story of where you have had a challenging moment as a leader that you had to deal with.
Gosh, thank you. And you know what it reminds me of? I had a lot of challenging stories in my early, through leadership, but certainly early on, right when I really made that decision, that commitment to step into leadership. And some of them I told before, but one of the things is, I think what Crystal was presenting and many others have alluded to or spoken out loud about, outright about, is that sometimes when we make that commitment, the universe shows up to really say, are you sure? Are you really committed to what you say you're committed to? And for me, that is living in peace, living in joy, living my passion, but living from who I am being. I just don't want anything out there, anyone, any situation or event to really pull me off my center for too long. Right. So I just want to be that person, show up as that person for myself first. And so when I finally realized that all the things that were happening to me, those stories that I was telling, and there's a few more, that they were happening for me. They were literally happening for me. And I had this surreal realization. It was almost like I was walking through a dream, and it's like I'm on a stage and people would enter, you know, stage left, stage right, and they'd start doing these things that were just like, I can't believe they're doing that. I see you nodding your head. It's like, I can't believe this is happening in a spiritual organization, or that people are treating each other this way in this environment. You know, it's like, wow. And then it was like, oh, I'm supposed to do something about this. I'm the one they're looking to for leadership. And I was like, I get to show up as who I say I want to be. And so it was the realization that that was creating me being a true leader. And, you know, I had those events, several that we've talked about, and I encourage people to go back and look at the recording for the Global Women's Journal of the Los Angeles Tribune. It was such a beautiful leadership symposium we had. But then I don't think I told this story that right when, you know, it just seemed like I was really flying high, you know, just so many things had happened. We were expanding, we were growing. And as a leader, you just have this vision, this gratitude that so many people are sort of enrolled in your vision, and they're all, you know, it just feels like family, like the Los Angeles Tribune family. It's just amazing. And then my son got sick. And in high school, he got really sick, and it wasn't just passing. It felt like it would be, and it wasn't just passing. And it got worse and worse. And you know, I'm very, I forgot who mentioned that earlier. Was it, I can't remember. You might remind me. But talking about the spaciousness that we, you know, so I create a lot of space for myself. So I know that divine answers come in that space. Inspiration, resolutions come. We step outside of the box that is thinking, and we create that spaciousness. And I'm in this spaciousness, and I'm just deciding that the way this should be resolved is Spirit will send me, you know, another co-leader and spiritual director, and I can still do this and this and this, and they can come in and help me. I just had these ideas of what that would look like. And I ran into a friend at the airport. We hadn't seen each other in a while, and we were talking about being prayerful and somehow prayers being answered. And I almost spoke the words out of my mouth that I was like, I've been praying and my prayer hasn't been answered. Before I could speak those words, I heard that small, still voice that said, no, your prayer is answered. The answer is no. You know, because I knew that I had to step down. I had to be full time with my son. So sometimes being a leader isn't about moving forward in that particular vision, in that particular way, in that particular event or whatever's happening. It was like, oh, I get to go back to my truth, my beginning, that I believe we lead ourselves first. We lead those who need us most first. We show up first for ourselves and those nearest to us. And it was like, I just was, in a way, it was a relief. It's like the answer was so clear. It was so powerful. And I stepped down from something that had just brought me so much joy and so much passion and so much clarity. And yet what I was stepping into, being there for my son, being his advocate, being in the situations with hospitals and insurance and medications and so many other things, his school, everything. You can just imagine what kind of a leader that created in that situation. And of course, with him now, our relationship is something I couldn't have even imagined. We're just so close, and he's very happy. He's very healthy now. But I just, you know, I was reminded that leadership sometimes doesn't show up the way we think it is. It doesn't continue on the path that we think it will. It moves itself around. And when we surrender to the highest good for ourselves and others, man, we can just create, we are engaged in loving our life and living our passion from just over there and over there and over here.
Right. You know, you said something that I thought was really powerful. You know, you're praying about this situation with your son, and you're wondering, why are these things happening? And why are these people acting like they are? And it just doesn't make sense sometimes. And yet, you know, just to step down from that position that brought you so much joy, and yet it was for something that would bring you the greatest joy, to be able to be there for the most important person in your life, you know, your son, and to be able to cement that bond to each other. That took incredible courage as a leader to make that choice, and the payoff is eternal. And so can you talk to us a little bit more about making those difficult decisions? Because as leaders, we do have to make difficult decisions.
Absolutely, you know, and it's interesting how, like, for me, so many times in my life, and I'm sure so many can relate to this, we just have a way we want it to go. And, you know, because we are gifted with imagination, we are gifted with our passion and our gifts and our vision. We're gifted with that, and we can kind of see the path, and we see it opening and unfolding. And it does feel like sometimes things, not that, and for me, that wasn't something that got in my way. It wasn't at all. It was like that with my son, you know, my first leadership role was to myself. My second amazing leadership role was to be the most incredible mother that I could be. Like that, the moment I found out I was pregnant, I was like, whoa, leader. I get to lead this little tiny, you know, thing. And, you know, I'm gonna be the best mom that I can be. And yeah, you know, so our purpose changes, our vision changes, all those things change as the events and circumstances do. But really, to make those decisions, I think, is to really be aligned with our inner, that inner voice, that the inner still voice. As a matter of fact, Karen, I think I heard you say earlier that awareness, you talked about awareness. And if you said, I think literally, if you're not aware, you can't do anything about it. So becoming aware, then we become aware of, you know, here I was having this incredible adventure as a leader with the spiritual organization, you know, my dream job with dream people, with, you know, everyone who showed up and was enrolled in this dream. And I had this dream child and this dream home life. I really did. I have a beautiful family, extended family, siblings, parents, all of that. And it felt like I had to choose, but it wasn't. It was Spirit guiding me to, you know, just stand over here for now, do this for a while, be here for a while. So the decision, I just don't think it is what we think it is. And when we can give it the space, it comes to us and it's a relief. It's almost like I didn't have to make this hard decision. It's like, now I just know what to do.
Right. And that knowing is so valuable. And, you know, Elizabeth, you have such a beautiful soul, and having that connection with mind, body, soul that you have really internalized and are, you know, in a comfortable place where you trust your intuition, where you can lean into that and do what you feel right about, despite the other things that are going on, is a very powerful place as a leader. You set a very, an amazing example for all of us in your leadership. So anybody that hasn't heard her story from the Global Women's Leadership Symposium, you've got to go back, because when she was saying, why are they doing this? And I don't understand, she gave us some of the most incredible leadership examples. And so we have 1 minute left. Elizabeth and Dr. Elizabeth, if you could tell us one last takeaway that you would like to share with our audience about leadership, what would it be?
Well, I think, you know, I already said, for me, that the biggest takeaway is knowing that it's happening for us. Like, everything is working for us to be really committed to our authentic expression. But I did want to say just one more quick thing on the decision making and how hard that can seem sometimes. One time I was presented with 2 jobs. I was in a great job, it was on-site sales and real estate. And I love real estate. I've done so well in real estate. And then I was presented this man came from another county and presented this beautiful opportunity. And I really, making a lot more money, but I was going to be away from home a little bit longer. And I just thought, this is a no-brainer. I'm taking the job, beautiful properties to sell. I would be managing the whole thing. And I made the decision and I felt terrible. It's like, I'm like, where's the party? Where's the champagne? What's that? What? And so that's a good, it's like, if you're really aware of your inner, what's going on, spirit, mind, and body, then you feel, oh, that's not the relief. That's not the excitement for this new job. That's not it. And I stayed at my old job, the job I was in, and it was amazing. It was beautiful. So that, knowing it's all happening for us, knowing that we can feel the truth rising up in us and know that that's the right decision. And you know what? This is the last one. There is no wrong decision.
There is no wrong decision.
There is no wrong decision. Jake Clendening said, I think he said, no matter, was he quoting someone, no matter how far along you go on the wrong path, you can just turn around.
Yes.
Or you just
and you know
take
what?
a right, take a left, whatever it is.
Trust the process. And I'm sorry we can't continue. This has been so amazing, but I loved hearing your stories. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for teaching us about the mind, body, soul connection, trusting ourselves and recognizing there is no wrong decision. It's all happening for us. Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth. It was wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you, and happy birthday. And I hope you're having a wonderful birthday week. Celebrating
Thank you so much. Can't wait to hear from you next time. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was very fun. Well, we have got another host. Donna is on, so I'm going to remove myself. Have a great time.
I have to say, everything that I've been listening to in the green room, that was so impactful. There were so many little mic drops there.
There were.
That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Bye-bye.
Bye. So yes, we had just finished up with all of the women's journals and Karen Hall, and we are going to be inviting 2 additional co-hosts coming up here onto the screen with me. I am bringing up Misty Kerrigan and Rex Sykes as soon as he is ready to come up, because we are going to continue the women's empowerment section, and we have an amazing speaker coming here next. Misty, how excited are you for our next speaker?
If women's empowerment had a journal, it would be by the Los Angeles Tribune, I bet. But on the cover of that journal would be Sharon Lechter, because she has done so much, even in the book she writes, when she's doing talks, in her tagline. I won't say that. I always get so excited and say it before she does. But she's done so much to empower women, including one of the first to write Think and Grow Rich for women. So I'm very excited and honored, because every time I meet her, I just learn so much more.
Yes, I absolutely love it. And Rex Sykes, I know you and Sharon have known each other and you've been on the stage with her before. How are you excited for Sharon Lechter?
I am always excited for Sharon Lechter, or to share time or space with Sharon. I tell people that most of my life I have been surrounded by very powerful women, including the 2 women who are here right now and upcoming Sharon. So I'm thrilled.
I absolutely love it. We're going to be inviting Sharon up here to the stage as I'm introducing her. She is the co-author and the global bestseller of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. She is the founder and CEO of Pay Your Family First. And she's also a trusted advisor with the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And she has had over 30 years, you guys get this, 30 years behind leading financial literacy and actually empowering women with financial literacy. She's an international speaker, entrepreneur, best-selling author. I can go on. Your resume is one of the top of the charts there, Sharon. Welcome to Leadership Week.
Thank you, Donna. You need to add to my intro that I adore the 4 of you, the 3 of you.
Aww.
Thank you so much for those wonderful comments.
Thank you. And I did not mention you are also a presidential lifetime recipient for the Service Award. So that is one of the top awards given out by the
great
Office
honor.
of the President as well.
It's a great
So-
honor. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Well, welcome. We are excited to have you here today. And of course, we're here on Leadership Week. And I know you and I have had various conversations about what it means to be a leader. And I remember asking one question about like a masculine leadership, feminine leadership, and you were like, it's just leadership. So can you share with us what leadership really means to you?
Well, I think leadership is something that comes from within. We're all leaders. The question is whether or not we've released our skills as leaders, because the question is, in the prior section, they talked about decisions. Napoleon Hill says indecision is a decision. And so we have control of three things: our thoughts, our words, our actions. If you are a true leader, you control your thoughts, your words, and your actions. And it's not that you lead others, it's that you show by example and inspire others to find their own course for leadership. Leadership is an internal diagnostic. Are you leading yourself and making those decisions, or are you sitting back and letting the world happen to you? Are you proactive, or are you reactive? Think about that. Are you proactive, or are you reactive? Leaders are proactive. They're adding value to the world. They're adding value to the lives of others. And inherently they do that by first releasing their own value to add positivity to others and to the world, and encourage them to do that as well. I often talk about the phrase, you see the light at the end of the tunnel. I go, stop it. Stand in your own power, be your own beacon of light. And as you do that, you'll attract others to come light their light from yours. And that is leadership.
Wow. I don't know which one there to emphasize, because there was like 5 things about leadership. Rex, out of that, which one stood out to you the most?
Well, yeah, what can I say but all of them? But the one thing about Sharon, and correct me, Sharon, if I'm wrong, I don't think I've ever heard you ever say, I, Sharon, am a leader. You demonstrate being a leader, but you don't say you're a leader or brag about being a leader. And I think that distinction, what you said before about leading by example, moths are attracted, or insects are attracted to the light, that kind of thing. That when you are embodying these principles and these practices as a leader, you don't need to advertise it. You will attract the right tribe. And I think that's such an important statement, because there's so many people who go, I want to be a leader, like I want to lead people. And I'm like, who wants to lead people? You know what I mean? I mean, we want to help, we want to inspire, we want to uplift or edify, but I don't want to lead anybody. You know what I mean? So I think you demonstrate by who you are, Sharon, the very principles you just espoused. And so all of those are incredible.
Well, thank you, Rex. That means a lot to me. I had another interview this morning with somebody, and they said, they asked me about my definition of integrity. And I go, well, anyone who tells you they have integrity, you have integrity by showing it, not by saying it. And it's the same, kind of same thing in leadership. How can you lead others if you can't lead yourself? So thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Misty.
Well, I would love to know. You do so much. I've seen you speak at 500 people or more. I've seen you speak with 10 people. Whenever you're invited, it seems that you just make it a priority to show up. But I also know you have an amazing marriage. You have phenomenal businesses. I have to know, how do you prioritize with all the books you write and co-write, and the amazing marriage and the family and the businesses? Where do you set those priorities? How do you do it?
Well, thank you, Missy. I appreciate that. Well, in Think and Grow Rich for Women, I talk about balance is BS, which I don't say bad words. That means before Sharon, because I think balance, people that try to seek balance will never be in balance. We're never maybe in the yoga studio, but we're constantly moving forward or back. And we have lots of aspects of our life. We have our physical, we have our financial, we have our faith, we have our business or our field, we have all of the friends and family. So all of those work together. And so think about if you want to have all of them working together, and don't separate business from family. That's all who you are. You're the total of all of those aspects of your life. And if you get up in the morning and you feel like, I didn't spend enough time with my kids yesterday, you have a choice. Do you spend precious time today beating yourself up? Or do you say, okay, I'm going to dedicate more time today for my children? And particularly for women, we tend to love to worry and have guilt. It's like we just define ourselves by that. And I go, the definition of to worry is to pray for what you don't want. Did you get that? Let's repeat that. The definition of to worry is to pray for what you don't want. So stop it. So I happen to be the queen of worry. My mother taught me very, very well. And when I saw that definition, probably almost 15 years ago, I stopped and I said, okay. So when I still have my worry storms, but I stop and I go, okay, Sharon, instead of focusing on what I don't want to have happen, let's retool my software up here. Let's retool my mindset to focus on what I do want to have happen. And it really is a miracle, because your mind cannot hold positive and negative at the same time. So jettison the negative, bring in the positive, and your world will change dramatically, because you're in control of your thoughts, your words, and your actions. And yes, I have a 45-year marriage, and thankfully we are absolutely not alike, but we have 100% respect for each other. And people always ask me, what's the secret of a long-term marriage? I go, you have to respect your partner even more than you love them. Because there are those days when the love gets in question. There are days you might not even like your partner, but your respect will be there and it will step in. And that's exactly the marriage that we have, 45 years going strong. And we love to share our lives with other people, and open yourself up to the possibilities, because relationships just give us so much joy. Don't shut yourself off from people that need to be in your life.
That is so, so very true there, Sharon, because family is important. Friends are important, our personal lives. The people that are the closest to you, they really do stand up and support along the way. And it goes back and forth. And I believe everything is to be demonstrated in action, not just in words. So it's really about walking your talk in all things. What I'm really curious about, slightly different style question, you have taught financial literacy and financial intelligence for decades. What part of your message do you feel most people say yes, they nod at it, they might even quote you, but they never actually apply?
Well, the quote that I want people to start repeating and internalize is, assets are sexy, because most people out there talk about making more income or reducing bad debt. All are very important. But if you want long-term financial well-being, you focus on buying, building, creating income-producing assets. My favorite word on earth, assets. Say it and smile. Somebody put it in the chat, assets. And I take it a step further and say assets are sexy. And even one more step, the older you get, the sexier they become, because you are financially free when the income from your assets exceeds your monthly expenses. Got that? When the income from your assets exceeds your monthly expenses, you are financially free. That means you've achieved the freedom of your time. Your money is giving you that freedom. Those assets allow you, and then you can do things that you want to with your heart. You can give back. You can make even more assets. And that's the element that 99.9% of people out there don't teach. They teach how to make more money. They teach how to increase your sales. Let's focus on the engines, the economic engines, which are the assets that provide you long-term financial stability. And particularly with what's happening in the world right now, the uncertainty, the volatility, people's fear meter is off the chart. And it's really important to understand how to study and learn and learn how to invest in uncertain times. And it's something that's so important to me, that I want people to learn how to invest and how to start buying, building, creating those income producing assets.
Yes. And I love that phrase, assets are sexy, because we're always building, and you're building the empire. Do you think that there is like a financially independent number? Like, if I made X amount per month, I would be considered financially independent, or so much per year. What's your take on that?
Well, there's a lot of pundits that will give you numbers that will say, well, this is what you want. Some people say it's 4 million. Other people say 10 million in assets. Others, $1 million would make them, lovely. The issue is how old are you? What size is your family? What are your obligations? What kind of debt are you in? All of those things have to come into this. So one person's answer is unique to them, not to everyone. And the issue is for you to determine what kind of lifestyle do you want to have? I mean, those people out there that have decided they want to buy the very big expensive home, the very expensive cars, the jets, their number is going to be a whole lot larger than somebody who is working and creating an environment that they don't have to have millions and millions of dollars. So the answer is unique to you. But the more assets you get, the larger you're going to have that long-term legacy. And legacy is really important to think about, because you think about your family, your future, but legacy is impact. And so you create your legacy every single day with every heart you touch. It's not about money. What is the impact that you're going to leave on the world? Either financially, mission-driven, and memories. So legacy is memories. And so I tell people, don't wait till you die. Let's create those memories now, that impact that you have on the people you care about, on their hearts. That's your legacy.
Wow.
I love
that. That is gorgeous. I mean, that really is. And I think it puts it into perspective, because for every person, it's going to be a different number depending on what it is that they are wanting to accomplish or what they want to leave. I wanted more money when I was younger than I do now. I wanted a bigger home. I'd rather live in a closet. I'm going to be careful, the story about the woman who wanted to live in a closet, she ended up living there. A small home would be perfect for me. And then the money could go to philanthropy or somewhere else. It doesn't have to be, in paying, to keep upkeep of a large home today. But one of the things that I wanted to ask or address with you regarding that is the notion of what you just said. So many people teach money making, but they don't teach assets, and they don't teach investing or having money work for you instead of you working for your money. And what you just said is get your money working for you. So how does somebody who has zero money build enough money to start investing in those kinds of assets that you value so much?
So Rex, it's not what you do for your paycheck that determines your financial future, is what you do with your paycheck that determines your financial future. Every dollar you receive, you have a choice for it to go away, flow through your fingers, or for you to invest it. And again, it's your decision making. We have bad money habits. We need to adjust those money habits. Instead of going out for the $400 dinner, invite your friends over and barbecue for $40 and put that $360 into an account for investing. It's never been easier to start investing, little amounts each month. If you're really bad at it, make it automatic so it comes out of your account, so you don't have to think about it until you start building up enough. You can invest in real estate with small amounts of money. There are now vehicles that allow you to do that. And it's really important, Rex, when we talk about diversification. A personal financial planner will tell you to diversify across paper assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds. Well, I teach diversification across asset categories. Yes, paper assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, real estate, businesses, intellectual property, my favorite asset, and commodities, all of those things. Because when we see what's been happening in the world today, the ups and downs, that's why I'm launching a new course, because I want people to understand how to invest in uncertain times and diversify across asset categories. Very important.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So you brought up the assets in our head that we're able to get out and sell. I wonder, do you have a favorite book? Because I know there's a few, like Outwitting the Devil, one of my favorite, changed my life. You and Greg, 3 Feet from Gold. You and Michelle, Exit Rich. I think each time in my life you come out with a new book that really speaks to that time of my life. But I'm wondering, do you have a favorite that's like a baby, or one that just really surprises you or you just love?
Well, I get asked that question an awful lot, Misty, and my answer has been pretty consistent until most recently. And the thing of course, Outwitting the Devil, I think, is the greatest book there is for the younger people, for them to understand how that they've allowed fear and a lack of drive to hold them back. And so I think is a life changer. And I'm so honored to have been part of that. And then, of course, Rich Dad Poor Dad, is hard to argue with the impact that we've had with that book. But I think my most recent book gets me really excited, and is How Money Works for Women. And it's a very short read, but it is packed with all kinds of information, because I talk about it's a 4-color, almost like a graphic novel, and I have women from every decade of life, avatars, and they talk about things that happened to them during their life from 19 to 86. And there's stories about the financial impact on women from, number one, having a child of special needs. You have to redefine and redesign your entire life. And how do you do that financially? Having exiting an abusive marriage with children and having to start over again. The financial impact is physical abuse is always coupled with financial abuse. Having an adult parent move back in, as well as an adult child move back in, or having been married for 25 years, looking forward to retirement, and the husband comes home and has traded you in for a younger model, and you haven't prepared yourself financially. Or you've been married 35 years and your husband suddenly dies and you have not prepared yourself for the future. You don't have credit in your own name. All of these things are happening every single day. And so this book talks about those kind of things and the resources on how you can survive if that happens to you, but more importantly, how you can prevent it from happening to you. So it's an incredible book. I'm very proud of it. And if I had to say I have a favorite today, it would be this one, because I'm seeing it make a huge difference in women's lives. And if you can get it at my website, SharonLecter.com, I'll even autograph it for you. So
I will find you and get that autographed. I do want to mention that you did an amazing book on entrepreneurship for kids, and sort of a fun book. And I utilize that. I'm in my mental health when I work with kids. I still use that book today to help them get excited for the future and having a business. So I really appreciate all the work you've done.
Yeah, that's my guided. It's wonderful. I had a lot of fun putting that together, because I divide starting a business into 7 sections, and you go through, and after each one, there's like a summary page, and the child does that. When they get to the end, they've just written a business plan. So it's very exciting. It's kind of like a surprise present at the end. And I love Guided. It's made a huge impact. I have young people now that are in their mid-20s and 30s coming up, and they've got successful businesses that they kicked off using the Guided. It's very exciting.
That's so incredible.
It is. And I am so interested in getting that book that you mentioned there, because definitely I'm going to have you sign it. Maybe the other stack of books I have of yours as well. With that book, we were talking about the past and all the things and the situations we go through that we don't think about. Let's move and take a look here at the future. So what advice would you give to the next generation of leaders stepping into the world today? Is it more digitalized? Is it more decentralized? Is it more divided? What kind of advice do we have for the generations that follow?
Well, always focus on learning and experiencing new things. I have a question that I ask almost in every interview with every group. When was the last time you did something for the first time? Because leaders are always expanding their education, they're expanding their network, they're expanding their experiences. And, people I'm now 71, people ask, well, when are you going to retire? I go, well, that's a dirty word. I'm not going to retire. I'm going to refire. And I'm constantly challenging myself to do new things and experience new things, to expand my experience, to expand my knowledge. And that keeps you young. It keeps you curious. So for the younger generation, I want you to embrace curiosity, embrace reading, embrace expanding your network, step outside your comfort zone. You're not going to find the next greatest opportunity inside your comfort zone. So challenge yourself to keep stepping out of your comfort zone. And my tagline since the moment I started my career, when I decided to leave public accounting, was why not? Why not do something different? Why not take the path less traveled? Why not solve a problem or serve a need? The most successful businesses all solve problems and serve needs. So I challenge all of you and the younger generation to come back to the question and ask yourself, why not? If it's illegal, that's a good reason why not. But otherwise, go out there and do something new and solve a problem, and you'll find yourself adding value to the world.
Wow. So I got something Lorna said earlier, wealth is one thing, but health and relationships are important to her and to us. Steve Jobs, at the end of his life said, the millions and billions I have are saving my life. There's currently a celebrity right now who's worth a couple $100 million, but they're saying he spends $150,000 a day to stay alive. So yes, money can buy you access to better medical care, but it's not going to necessarily save your life. That said, when it comes to finding a leader or a mentor, a lot of people think, well, they made money, so they must be the right person for me to follow. And there are lots of very wealthy, not so good people out there. And there are very wonderful poor people out there that, may not have any influence. Gandhi, for example, in terms of legacy, didn't really have a couple nickels to rub together, but he's left an incredible legacy of peace and of presence and of doing things together that has changed the world in many ways. So when it comes to choosing a mentor or a leader or someone to learn from or study from or follow, if that's the word, what would be the criteria that you would recommend to people to pay attention so they don't get, with the wrong person?
Rex, that is an incredibly important question. And it's something today with the internet and there's so many options to choose, and people, they can do a nice dance and they can string the right words together, and they can convince people through their sales pitch that you want to spend a lot of money to learn from them. But it's up to us to do our due diligence to find out, is this individual somebody who walks the talk? I mean, I have a hard time when people go on stage that say, I made millions, I lost them and made it back and lost it again. And here I am, I'm going to show you how to make money. Well, I don't know that I want to learn from somebody that keeps losing it. I'd like to learn from somebody who earned it and kept it and has it grow and helping other people learn how to grow. So do your due diligence. Ask the people that you want to learn from, what's their track record? Talk to some of their clients. I do a lot of high-level mentoring, and it's something I say, interview me, interview my clients. I want, my goal, when we go back to legacy, my legacy is creating other legacies. My greatest joy is helping other people create that next level of success in their life and in their business, because that gives me the greatest reward. It's not about dollars, it's about impact. So if you're looking for somebody that can help you get to the next level, make it sure it's somebody who like, and trust, but more importantly, that has that track record where they are investing in you. See, a lot of mentors just want to sell you a program. That's not really mentoring. Okay, I step into my clients' lives. I step into their world and see where they are, what they're doing, and help them identify new opportunities, new associations for them to take their business to the next level. You want a mentor who invests their knowledge, their wisdom into your world. And there's a huge difference between that and a lot of people that are doing mentoring services where they're just basically bringing you into their world and giving you a program. Look for somebody willing to step into your world.
Beautiful. Can I do a quick follow-up?
No,
And
we're kind of up against time here, Rex.
okay,
I was going
just
to
wanted
give Sharon the last word here. So Sharon, we have about a minute left, so we'll give you the last word.
Well, thank you so much, Donna. Thank you, Rex. Thank you, Missy. I really appreciate all of you. And I appreciate all of you that are watching this because you've made a decision. We talk about you have a choice to control your thoughts, your words, your actions. You're here and you're learning from an incredible group of people. Thank you to Donna and Mo and the Los Angeles Tribune for always being there to curate and provide content that can help you. Congratulations to you for being here. Now I implore you to take action. You've got your passion, your talent, you've got the right association by being here, but you have to take action and have faith and confidence in yourself. Your faith in who you are, what you're doing. Please reach out to me. You can reach out to me, info@sharonlecter.com. I'd love to invite you to go to a new program I'm doing, investing in uncertain times, and just hear from you. I would love to be able to support you in your next journey. And it's my honor to be here. And thank you all for including me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon, for gifting us with your time today. And for everyone else, we're going to go to a quick commercial break and we will be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to day 2 of Leadership Week, and we are about to step into the Stage Masters Leadership panel. You guys do not move from your seats. We are about to give away some of the best secrets in the industry. My name is Jason Antelek, and I am the director of the Speakers Bureau with the Los Angeles Tribune. And I have arranged a panel here. If you are a speaker or you are looking to grow your business through hitting that stage or speaking in front of people, or frankly, even if you're just in a one-on-one session, which is still a speaking opportunity, this is the panel that you guys have been waiting for. Everyone on this panel is holding presence. They speak louder than a script. And if you've ever been watching and wondering what makes a speaker stand out, what event planners are really looking for, and what it takes to be invited back to the stage, that is exactly what you're going to find out today. So I'd like to bring up a couple of our folks here, our event planners, Brenda Ringwood, Marla Press. If you would join us real quick here. These are 2 of my cohorts. We got RK joining us. Mark is headed his way up too. Let's just go ahead and fill up this screen with some of the best speakers on the planet, you guys. We are representing from every single corner right here. Every part of the stage that exists for you, there is someone here that is a professional at it. Brenda, let's start with you right there with BTBY. We just recently all participated in that incredible speaker class over the 8 weeks that is all about being the better you. And we were in the speakers version. Brenda, you have got a ton of things going on. You're not just a speaker and author and founder of multiple businesses, one of the most resilient stories of transformation. Share a little bit, Brenda, about your core message and what it takes to really hit one of your stages.
So I believe that people can change if they want to, but they have to want it or it's not going to happen. It won't be real. So I teach people to rule their own kingdom, to not let fear, doubt, insecurities, what other people think, rule your life. So we created Becoming the Better You to give a stage to help people get unstuck, to help them get to the next level of their life, because we need those platforms to share our stories. And to get on our stage, you just have to have a phenomenal story and want to help people.
I know personally that Brenda does have a phenomenal story, and I'm hoping she'll sneak that in as we move along here. Also, another cohort on the screen with me, Marla Press. We are lined up to do some fun right here in Colorado in September, and I know that you are always creating stages and bringing speakers along, and everybody's got kind of a core message that happens in that. But Marla, you're really helping people discover their voice and express their message with authenticity and impact. So those are words that we hear a lot. So take us to the next place in that. What does that really mean?
What does that mean? I mean, people overuse the word presence and authenticity. And we kind of know what that means, but we don't really know what that means. And presence, I like to give people example because it's hard to intellectualize about these things, right? So the example is someone walks in a room, whether it's a Zoom room or whether it's in a meeting or wherever, and no one really notices that they're there, or maybe they forget you're there. That person doesn't have presence. And someone else, they walk into a room and everybody notices. They're curious. They want to know more. They want to connect with you because you have presence. And presence to me is not the same as mindfulness. A lot of people think, well, it's just being the present moment. That's mindfulness. Presence is getting out of this cluttered, critical mind and into your full body energy and communicating from that place. And then you connect to people on a different level. You connect from your essence. And it also brings out your authenticity when you are in your full body and connecting from this place and not from the mind that is thinking about, well, what are other people thinking about me and what's happening right now and what about what happened before. You're not thinking about those things. You're just being the essence of who you are and embodying that.
Moving right past self-doubt and commanding the stage. That is what we're talking about, Marla, right? Did you guys hang in that little pause? That's a speaker. That's someone who brings it forward. Thank you so much for bringing that focus to the presence, because that's why my man RK is here. We're talking about multi-dimensional creator, strategist. This is a speaker who bridges the gap between the ancient wisdom and what we can bring to the stage and claim that authentic power. So this is exactly who you're looking for, Marla. And RK, tell me a little bit about what it is to bring that energy and what the leverage of that energy really means when you step into the full power of the stage.
Yeah, thank you so much. Aloha, everybody. It's really commanding your inner dialogue and knowing who you are. When you step onto the stage and you know your worth, you know your value, and you are so passionate about what you're speaking about, when you step on that stage, there is no denying that you're there, and your power and your presence shifts rooms. And when you were talking about ancient wisdom, when we look at science and spirituality, when we are able to understand that everything is energy, there's an energy dynamics that's going on. When you are embodied and grounded and you're able to transmit that energy to other people, that's called entrainment. And so you're entraining the audience and the people around you to bring them up to your level of energy so that that energy can be transfused to them as well. And so if somebody's just speaking, they can be speaking, but their presence, just what Marla was speaking on, is going to be the difference when people can feel your authenticity, and it's going to bring them in so they can really resonate with the message on a deep level. And that's what transforms lives.
And that's it right there. He said it. We are hitting it with the training. These are trainers, not speakers, that we're talking to right now. I don't know why we don't run. We should run, not walk, to the Speakers Bureau. Right? The Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau is ready to put these voices out in the world. We're going to do that with LAT Talks in July in Las Vegas. That is coming up right around the corner. Now, on the screen, we still have a couple of guys that are ready to go here, but we're already talking about 6 events in the next 5 months between just the people that we brought forward. And speaking of training, training, our personal mind trainer. That is my man, Mark Siegel, sitting here. He is committed to helping purpose-driven leaders create sustainable success. This isn't just the fly-by-night mission, okay? This is really living the mission, stepping into it. But Mark, tell us about that your seasoned strategy and business development. How are you leading entrepreneurs to scale what they're already doing?
So most entrepreneurs are, they're focused on growing their business, obviously. The thing is, they forget about their own personal vision, their own personal mission. Like, why did you start this business in the first place? Why are you leading? So it's leading by example. A lot of people talk about work-life balance, and I like to call it work-life harmony, because there's 10 areas of life and you can't balance 10 things at one time. It's impossible. There's not enough arms and legs to balance all that stuff. So the thing is, you got to bring it back to the leader has to lead by example. And when you have the ideal state of mind, which is really the key thing. So things happen and we can react to those things, or we can pause, like you pointed out, Jason, and then respond in a way that shows leadership. Leaderships don't react. They're not reacting to the world around them. They're not taking what they get. They're creating. Sometimes creating from nothing, and amazing things come from that. But it starts with your personal vision. When you have a vision of what you want, and then the business is really just the thing that fuels your personal vision. And people can feel that. When you're purpose driven, people can feel that. And then it's not just about you. It's not just about the leader. It's a mission. It's a purpose. It's a core quest. And people want to join in on that for the quest, for the purpose of the quest. So that's the biggest thing that I can share with people.
Wow, already with the takeaways, man. I hope folks are writing these things down, because this is going to go from immovable to unstoppable here in just a moment. Because I got to tell you guys, all day long, we've been hearing some of the things that have just clicked off. Joseph McClendon opening the day for us today, shared a little bit of what Mark just delivered. Part of Knowing What You Want came up with Karen Hall's cool, like we had that come up several times during her segments today. So some of the things that we're talking about are just the foundation, not just of being a human, right? But actually showing that presence and becoming that unstoppable force. Now, a man who knows a lot about that is my friend Terrence. Terrence, it is so glad to hear you and have you today. I've been waiting all day to hear it, man. I got to hear that unstoppable from you.
Hey, Jason. It is an unstoppable day. And it's an unstoppable day wherever you are watching us on this phenomenal day. Just the second day of Leadership Week, and I'm already geeked up and excited to be in your presence and in all of our people's presence this afternoon, this morning, this evening, depending on what time you're watching us.
Terrence, I'm glad you made it in, and I know you're unstoppable, because no matter what it is that gets in your way, you still show up, no matter how that's going to happen. And thank you for being present today. Now, I want to ask you, because you're always instrumental in facilitating events. One of the things that I love to do as well. We've got so many cool things coming up, and I know that you are a master MC. So for an event, say like the BTBS, the Be the Better Speaker that we have coming up, and you guys we're doing some of that in Kansas City. You guys have your annual event that happens in September as well. For another event like LAT Talks, those live opportunities to hit the stage, that A-roll, that time to be able to deliver to an audience when it's always there. Tell the folks how important it is to have that one thing that really hits, that thing that everybody wants to write down, that needs to be clipped and sent around the world, that message of the moment. Help the speakers understand how important that really is.
You know what? I think you said it right there. I can actually get off camera because you just said it. The message of the moment. And as a leader, and specifically as a leader who speaks, you always want to make sure that the message for that moment isn't about you, but it's for the people that you are talking to, that you are communicating with. It's important for you, especially as an MC, to have that confidence that when you walk in the room, that you know you're going to communicate with everybody in the room, and that you're going to read the room so that you can deliver a message that is for the room. It's nothing worse than coming to an event with an ideal, wanting to receive something, and everybody that comes across the stage is not giving you what you need. And it's only as leaders and leaders in the speaker community, leaders in the communications business, because speaking is communicating at its core, being able to communicate to the people that you are charged to speak to. And when I think about leaders, Jason, I think about servant leaders. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, my job as a leader is to serve the people that I've been charged to be leaders. And I can only do that two ways. First of all, I've got to be a leader of one. I've got to be a leader of myself. I've got to have confidence in myself. I've got to know that the message that I'm going to be giving is not for me, but for the people that I've been charged to speak to. And then number two, I have to give that message and also give myself the opportunity and the freedom to change that message if the audience needs to hear something different.
Wow. Again, we could just close up the screen right here. The master class is happening here with each and every one of us. Terrence, thank you for your contribution there. And that 1-2, man, the 1-2 punch is something that hits really hard. And for folks to understand what presence really means, I'd like to get a little more rounded view, because let's give a shout out real quick to the BTBY, that nonprofit that is just being the better you. Yeah, do we got speakers doing it? Yes, but it's really at the core about being better humans and better souls. The truth is, it's about how we show up. Now, this is coming to you, Brenda, because you really look at what presence is delivered before, during, and after. Right? You're really watching about what people are doing the whole time when nobody's looking, and how speakers and other event planners, other MCs get invited back to your events. So help us understand, as a planner and a curator, what are you really looking for in someone's presence, and what is the key to them being invited back?
I want them to live what they're teaching. If you're not living what you're teaching, then you're being a phony on the stage. So if you're not living what you're teaching, you are a phony on the stage. And why would we have you back? So if you're living your life by the example that you're living, then we want you. So there's nothing worse than being three different people. We have the people that we are at home, the people we are when we go to church, and the people we are at work. But you can be all the same person and just be yourself in every aspect of your life. We shouldn't be different because we're in a different setting. How we communicate, how we act, how we respond, how we build those relationships should be how we just do it. It shouldn't be different for everybody. It should be just you. And that's what we look for.
And that's what this room feels like. I'll be honest, it's the same person that you talk to here as the same person you're going to show up and shake hands with, the same person you're going to greet before and after the stage. That's a beautiful way to say it. That really gets down to the core of who we are, right? Even if it's media presence, A-roll, speaker visibility, even when we're thinking about those things, it's actually coming from our base integrity and who we truly are. And that word authenticity, rolling right into servant leadership, another word that we have heard several times today. And I really appreciate it coming up in this panel. So Marla, you watch a lot of people through the transition, right? You help a lot of folks move into what we're talking about here. And then RK, you're coming up next, buddy. So pay attention, because this question is going to flow to you. So when speakers actually stop trying to be heard, when they stop trying to be listened to, and they actually live the message, Marla, how do you get them across that threshold, and what does that mean for them when it happens?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I love what Brenda brought up too. It's like, are you the same person when you're on stage as you are in real life? And I just want to expand on that idea, because what I find, a lot of people, they're not necessarily a phony, but they're not fully expressed. And when you're fully expressed, you're so much more interesting. When you bring out your quirkiness, you're so much more interesting, and people pay attention. And what I find is a lot of speakers, especially beginner ones, but even experienced ones, they want to be seen as confident and the expert and competent. And so they're almost like this stoic talking head, and they're not fully expressed with personality. Jason, you have so much personality and people love you for that. It's really important to bring that out, because we got to be memorable. And, you know, if you want your message to be heard, you have to be memorable and you have to be interesting. That's just the way it is, because we're bombarded with information. So we really want an experience. We want to feel something when somebody speaks, and we want a connection. It's the other thing. We need to connect to you as a speaker. And so one of the exercises I love doing with people, that's so much fun, talking about getting them over the threshold, is saying, what could you add to your speaking persona that's really a part of you, but you're subduing it? And some people, they need to be more bossy. Other people need to be funnier. Other people need to be more serious. Other people need to be more of the authority. Other people need to be, there's so many parts of yourself that you subdue. Maybe it's your femininity you subdue. There's a lot of things that people subdue in order to try and look like the expert and competent. And yeah, you want to look like the expert and competent, but you also want to be fully expressed. And that is an art. And that is what I help people through. And you can't just talk about it. We do exercises and it's super fun.
That's true. Marla's an absolute blast. That is a real thing. And the real expression, the full-on expression and the authenticity, I mean, that's really what does happen on the stage. And speakers are crazy. We are whack-a-doodle, man. We will build the entire roller coaster, stand in line for hours, and then get on it and act like it's a good time and get off and tell you, man, you should ride this thing. It won't kill you. It'll be fun. So speaking of riding, it could kill you. And here is where the personal part comes out. RK has recently been digging to find out who he is, which I'll be honest with you, when you start down the speaking journey and you decide you're going to get on the stage, and we do this through the Speakers Bureau, we help people understand what this transition does as well. So do these trainers right here. So make no mistake, this is an A list, but you're going to make that transition. You are going to look inside yourself. You are going to really have to figure out who you are and what you want to represent. And the multiple parts of you are going to get exposed. It's going to happen. It's going to show up. And you want to know what you're made of? Now, I did it in armor on the back of a horse, but RK, he did this just recently in the bull ring. So talking about energy and presence, RK, let's take a little bit of that personal story of the bull riding and tell me how facing that and integrating that into your persona and who you are and what you shared with us has added to your stage presence.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jason. And Marla, you hit the nail on the head. Really, it's about knowing who you are. A lot of people, they have this programmed version of themselves from society, conditioning, indoctrination, culture, familial associations. And it's really, who am I without the facade? Who am I without the labels? What am I made of? And when you step into that level of authenticity, it's going to force you to be vulnerable. And that vulnerability is where the threshold of change happens. And so I had a calling, an intuition where, from God's spirit creator, and it just kept on happening over multiple days. And like, hey, are you going to the rodeo? Because I was wearing this hat right back here. And I was like, maybe. And then somebody said, you're going to ride a bull. I was like, all right, let me do it. Let me do it. Let's go hop on a bull. I've never been trained. I've never done it before. But if I'm speaking about these things in my book and my nonprofit and telling people, hey, we have one life to live. How are you going to live it? How are you going to be engaged with yourself and other people? Because people can feel the presence when you're authentic, when you're vulnerable, when you're you. They don't want some watered down version of you. They want, everybody else is already taken. Everybody else is already taken. You might as well be you. Like, own who you are, love your quirks, love life, because people can feel that energy. And so I hopped up on that bull. I didn't have any equipment. I got it all borrowed to me. And they gave me a 30-second rundown. Hey, this is what you do. Hop on it. And I did it. And I rode for 8 seconds. And it was amazing. It was amazing because the threshold of change is fear. And are you going to, the guardian is fear. So are you going to step through and move past the fear? Because everybody's fearful. It doesn't matter if you're a billionaire, if you're a president, if you're, we all have things, because that's the humanity inside of us. And so being courageous and brave and saying, hey, I'm worth this. I can experience something. I can change my life. Just like BTBY and what Brenda was talking about. Everybody has the capacity to change. Are you going to do it and follow through with it? And that's what the story was about.
Boom sauce. Man, we've been using that all day today, and I just gotta hand that right over. Aloha.
Sauce, baby.
Let's send it right over to my man. What a story. What a story, and the reality of what that means, and really meeting it, it's just and integrating it. And that's one of the when I saw you in the leadership role at our event in Las Vegas in January, RK, that was one of the things that really stood out to me, was your presence and the way that you hold it and you carry it consistently. Right? And that brings you into that trainer space. That brings you into that place of being able to command a room. And it's not because we're trying to step into an ego. It's because we're representing for the others, right? And when we notice the patterns, when we see the things that are keeping people from being themselves, this is our way as speakers of doing what we love and helping people through that. So any of you that are out there that maybe have blockages and whatever thing you're trying to do, just because it's a speakers panel doesn't mean that these aren't the same things that can help you. I'll give you a perfect example right now. Mark, you notice patterns. You work with patterns, right? The hypnotism, you're the personal mind trainer, and you've got great tools. And you guys get ready, because we're going to go around the horn with tools here. Okay. This is coming up. This is teeing up. But Mark, I want to hear from you for a minute or so about, what it is that is the difference between being front row, backstage, in the production, right? What are the different patterns, and what do you notice for people that they want to adjust and move? What did you have to go through and adjust and move so that you became the stage master you are today?
Well, the biggest thing is mindset, and like everybody's been talking about, and I'm just so happy to be on. I feel like I'm on with a bunch of friends, because I've met all of you in person, shy of Terrence. Sorry, not yet. In a couple of weeks.
It's coming.
And you're all just like who you are, how you show up. And I think that's a key thing. So on stage, off stage, who are you? And one of the biggest things that you actually taught, Jason, by example, is that leaders are servers. I mean, I watched you at that event in Vegas, and you were just serving. You were like, how can I get that chair? How can I move this? How can I do that? Who needs a micro? Who needs, it's just helping out. And it's, for me, the level of authenticity starts with your state of mind, right? So to be you, like, you don't have to put on this big persona. I'm not this overly enthusiastic person like a lot of speakers are. I look at it more like a calm enthusiasm, and that really, you got to find your sweet spot. So there's tons of different things that you could dial up. You could be excited, motivated, enthusiastic, focused, driven, calm, relaxed, whatever it is. And you can combine all of these to become your authentic self, the ultimate version of you, essentially. And this is really, it's a mindset. So for me, I was afraid to speak to a group of one, and then I had to get over that because I was put on stage in front of a lot of people. And what I found was speaking to one person in the audience, making eye contact, connecting with one person, whether it be live and in person or on Zoom, you connect with one person at a time. You're not speaking to 1,000 people or 100 people or even 10 people. You're speaking to one person. And then that comes across as conversational, as your authentic self. So there's one tool that I could share. It's just have a conversation.
That's the perfect breakup right there, right? Make that eye contact, break the pattern, noticing it quickly. All right, Mark, thank you for dishing it up. We're going to go around real fast. Each one of you, we got about 10 seconds each. Give him your best one. Go for it, Marla. What is your best tool to send him away with today?
Oh, you want to be embodied in your body and not in your critical mind, not in your head. And
Brenda.
That will create magic.
Put your crown on and rule your kingdom. Live your life. Get out there.
Terrence.
The most important part of being unstoppable is knowing your own abilities. That's why it's at the end of it. ABLE. No one else has it but you.
Mark?
Focus on the intention of solving a big problem that your audience needs solved.
RK.
When you realize that nobody else is like you, that's when you step into your superpower.
Right. They do not wait for permission. They make the point. They are not doing this off of a script. This is a signal. I would love to bring my man Jeff up too real quick here if we could. I want to say thank you to this panel. Thank you guys so much for your contributions, for being the stage masters that you are. Jeff Ross, ladies and gentlemen, this man right here has been delivering since the wee hours. And I mean we before us, because he is in Australia. So I'm going to give up a huge props for Jeff, his team, and the folks behind the scenes that have been doing this. He's been working with Parisa, with Mary Glorfield, with Michael Silvers. Without Jeff, these things wouldn't have been possible. So that panel that we just enjoyed, you know, that he's part of the reason that we got to do that. So Jeff, I wanted to bring you up and just say thank you and publicly say that folks really, really need to know and understand and appreciate.
Nah, thank you very much. And hey, if you're all watching this and you want to make sure that you stay in touch with us, go register at www.latleadershipweek.com. And I just had to get on and spend 60 seconds here with Jason because I know both of us have got that high energy, right? So Jason, what's just in 30 seconds, what's some of your tips around being the thermostat of the room and not the thermometer?
Well, 25 years in the DJ booth would have changed me from the thermometer to the thermostat because I have to pay attention to the room. And I maybe didn't really understand fully, but the music, and I learned how it could hit and why the right moment and drop it out and bring it back. And that is sort of the way that it is in life. No, there's a lot of me like you, Jeff. We turn up way too loud. So instead of a switch over here, I put in a dial, and that let me take command of it and change it from a temperature to actually controlling the climate of the room.
Well, absolutely, man. I just had to spend 5 seconds with you. We're going to hand it over to Michael now because we've got more amazing speakers. Can you believe it? 200 plus speakers for this whole event. Over to you, Michael.
It's been great. You know, I wanted to thank everybody, and Jeff, you could stay on for the next. It's up to you. You know, it's truly been such a great experience. Good. Now I'm first position. I like that, though. We can change anything. So, and by the way, everybody really hold on to everything you've heard today, from Joseph McClendon kicking it off with his energy and his thought process and his lead, to Sharon Lechter, to the great women's panel, to the speakers panel, to the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, to the podcast journal, the podcast and the podcast speakers. It's been, what an amazing day. And tomorrow, right? And then we're going to kick off. I'm going to bring Jamie up. And tomorrow we're going to kick off with Jim Quick and Joseph McClendon. I mean, it just gets better. And then we have Gene Simmons, and it just goes on and on and on. And so many great thought leaders and so many people really working on this. And everybody's just doing it on their own time, because it's about all the countries we're going out to. And then after Jamie, just in a little bit, we're going to have one of the first women CEOs from Japan beaming in from Japan. And we're very excited by that. And she's smarter than me 100%. So that'll be a fun one, right? You get a scientist or anybody than that. I'm like, I'll just follow your lead. All right. Without any further ado, and I'm going to let her introduce herself. And actually, I just met her. I think it's like a day ago, 2 days ago, right? But you know, sometimes when you meet somebody and they come the right energy and they have the right, just that presence, you're like, let's go, let's do this. So everybody, introducing you to Jamie. So Jamie.
Hello, everybody. How is it going? I am so stoked you guys got tons of energy because I don't know anything but energy. So,
you know, it's always, and it's in here. Jeff's from Tasmania. He's been up since 2 a.m. on this broadcast.
Let's go.
Literally rocking it. So it's been great. So I'm going to just move your position because we can do this. And, you know, we're talking about leadership, and it's about leadership all day. Tell us just quickly about your background, because we only got about 10 minutes, but quickly about your background. And then talk a little bit about what does leadership mean to you, and how have you really put it into your what you're creating?
Yeah, so I have a very diverse resume, personally and professionally. I may be young, but I've experienced a whole lot of life. Between on the personal side, I've experienced broken home, death, suicide, eating disorders, rape, abusive relationships, you name it, all of that stuff. Burnouts by the age of 25 with a kidney infection. From a professional standpoint, I've worked for myself since I was 18, and then I switched over, randomly sold insurance, took top 20% of the company and was one of 8 as a Fortune 100 company. I have been a leader with everything that I do because naturally, just even with all of this type of stuff, I learned how to figure it out. So I think leadership is so important in a lot of different facets, but I think the biggest way is like when and how are you going to start to take leadership of your own life first and foremost? Because how do you expect to lead anybody else if you can't even lead yourself? So I don't know if that quite answered your question, but right out of the gate, I think that's what's most important. The rest of it's irrelevant if you don't know how to lead yourself.
But I think that's true. And so in your life, what is something, just even something tangible that could maybe take away today? What is one thing that keeps you going every single day?
Oh, so I am a very, very strong in my faith. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for my God, my creator, right? So like he has glorified the good and the bad in my life. So I have to give all credit to that. I am single, never been married, don't have any kids. So I didn't want to keep going in full transparency, but there was always little messages. There was always people. There was always things that literally just drove me to make sure that people didn't hurt or experience the things that I did. And that's what kept me going.
I want to jump into there. So, faith, right? It's a really powerful motivator, but unless you're actually taking action, you're not going to get the results, right? You really need to partner with faith. So faith plus action is where the results lie.
Absolutely.
Have you got any tips to be able to help anybody really lean into that?
Yes, I believe that starts with discipline, right? Like we all have the same 24 hours in the day. I always tell people, and I've walked away from my faith many a times, but got taken to my knees plenty of times too. And so for me, it was very much how I start my day. I go to the word before I go to the world. And so it was discipline, the habit of where am I getting fed? That's mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. Like I am putting in the time and creating the habits of fueling myself with the right things that is going to drive me in the direction of what I want to go. And specifically in my relationship with God, going to the Bible.
So cool. I could talk about this topic all day long, and Michael knows
I know. Let's
so
go.
It's really passionate about, right? So I want to talk about obedience and submission. But submission giving you our free will, over, right? It's a choice. It's not because we've been compelled to do it. It's because we want to do it. And I think that has been something that has helped me to elevate my leadership, is to realize it's not about me. It's about how can we make ourselves small and the creator big. And so how do you help to, others to lean into that and grow into that space?
Yeah. So one thing I want to give an analogy, because we do have free will of choice, but the way that I like to imagine, I'm a visual person, and I feel like our walk in life and with God is just like a GPS, right? Like we have a destination that's already set in place. I tend to take the scenic route sometimes, definitely not intentionally, because I'm like, oh, this looks shiny. Oh, I know what way I should go. Oh, my pride is speaking. This is what makes sense. And so I end up getting rerouted, but ultimately it always takes me back to the same initial plan. So I think that we do have that option, but I think that there's a way that God can always turn and glorify that. And I've learned over the years as well, when I try to do things my way and I have like such just very, very gripped expectations of an outcome, we can only control what we can control. And when we realize that that's not much other than our thoughts and our actions, that's when you can loosen your expectations, which can really allow you to submit and then allow that will to be led in the right direction.
Yes, essentially what you're talking about, right, is stewardship. It's like realizing that we don't actually own anything. It's like we're given it as a tool to be able to go multiply with the world, right? And really, it's that whole concept about stewardship. Can you talk more into that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, again, I think that stewardship also goes back to like discipline, right? Like life is better when it's not about us first and foremost. But when you truly realize that, like, because I think the world sells us so much on money, power, fame is what's going to make you successful and what's going to make you happy. But when you realize it's love, it's connection, and it's serving, and you know how to steward your time in a successful way of achieving those things, not only is everybody getting to benefit around you, but you are too. So I think that by properly stewarding is going to be the discipline, but then also putting your energy into things that are going to produce that fruit versus the latter.
That's powerful. I'm speechless.
This is a great. No, this is
I'm not very often. I'm speechless.
Yes, Michael told me this. He goes, hey, just so you know, it's going to be fast. Be ready. And I was like, listen, you stay ready. You don't get ready. You stay ready. And I was
You
ready.
stay ready. Yeah. You know, it's go ahead, Jeff. Keep going. This is great.
Okay, cool.
And
I
I'm
want to
watching
talk
our
about
numbers
the,
are actually growing. Yeah, we've had over 2,000 viewers. Keep going.
I want to talk to about the intuition, right? That gut feeling is what I call the Holy Spirit prompting, right? Call it whatever you want to. But I want to talk to that. How do you know how to trust and discern that you're going into the space? For me, it's right. Okay, if it's a block between me and where I need to be, there's probably a distraction, right? But if it's going to be something that really helps me to serve and lean into being a person of love and joy and hope, it's probably that gut prompting that I need to lean into it more. I'd love to know a bit more about how you sort of discern that intuition.
Great question. So I think that this is simple, but it's not necessarily easy, especially in today's world that we have so many distractions and we function in so much chaos. What I genuinely coach people through with the clients that I work with is I'm going to teach you how to slow down so you can actually speed up. And right now, when is the last time somebody has genuinely sat in complete silence? It's about a relationship. It's about intentionality. It's about time. So if you want to learn how to properly trust your intuition, sit with it, get to know it, ask it, why am I doing this? What would potentially be the outcome? Why does this feel good? Why does it feel bad? When in the past has this worked? When in the past has this hurt? Right? So when you slow down, you can become more intentional with it. Like I'm a recovering control freak. And because I always had like very set expectations on things, I got burned because of it. And because even though there was this gut feeling, I knew something bad was coming, but I wanted it so bad, I just overdrove. Right. But when I stopped, I slowed down, I spent time, and I started establishing a relationship, and I learned how to listen in that silence and ask better questions in that relationship. That was when the intuition got stronger and louder, and then the path got clearer.
I feel like we're cut from the same cloth here, because I've been guilty of going in too fast and too hard and, scaring everybody away essentially. And I had to learn how to slow down. I'm still learning, by the way.
Yes.
We
all are lifelong learners.
Yeah. So what you're talking about though is slowing down is to meet people where they're at and have that heart to heart transfer interaction. Right.
Yes.
And that's when we feel help them to see. It keeps coming back to just helping people feel seen and learning how to be active listeners. I love to just see, what your thoughts and, receive some coaching from you to be able to help me to become a better active listener.
I think it's genuinely caring about the person that you're sitting across from, because I've lived on the East Coast of the United States, and everybody is business, go, 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 go. And it becomes transactional. And, I love quotes, but one of them is like, people may forget what you said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And one of the most powerful moments I've ever had in my life is when somebody genuinely looked me in the eye, wasn't worried about the next meeting they had, wasn't worried about what they could get out of the person. They genuinely no, but how are you? What's your story? How did you get here? Oh my gosh, I love that you are such an overcomer, or wow, thank you for sharing that with me. This is how I know I feel I can support you, because I genuinely cared and I was curious and I helped from there.
Absolutely brilliant. And we've only probably got about 3 minutes left to go, but this is a topic I could definitely talk about. Okay, now we've got a little bit extra time. We're having a bit of a technical glitch back home, but all good. We can keep going.
There we go.
And it's been, you only have about 3 minutes, but I wanted it to go a little further because I think this conversation is critically important.
Yes.
And I think that's the kind of thing that the viewers are really looking for, and it's how you discern. So take 3 more minutes and then we'll kick Jamie goodbye, but keep going.
Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate you. So I've recently just put myself into a really big leadership role out of, being called into it. I wanted to do it like a hole in the head, but I felt like I had to do it. So my wife and I, we just started an online church, and we put ourselves into a space where we're, in that position where everything's new and it's never been done before. And we're really pioneering, right? And it takes a bit of a crazy person to put yourself in that place.
Yeah.
What would you give some advice and some coaching to help us to become better, more effective leaders in that space?
Yeah. So specifically in this, and again, because of you also being very strong in your faith, I am going to kind of speak more Christianese, if you will. But I think it's important because, like, yes, we want to go out, we want to disciple, but we want to like cast our net super, super wide, but we can't forget to make sure that we're deepening the relationships, because otherwise we're leaving people one foot in, one foot out. And that's one thing. Yeah. And like right now, a trending topic and what is like a buzzword is boundaries. But realistically, it's like, actually my pastor, he says this all the time. Are you trying to serve the kingdom of me or the kingdom of heaven? Because when it gets in our selfishness, yes, we get to grow a church, we get to build it, we're going to help so many people. We. But
It's not my church.
Yes,
Yeah.
one person at a time, one relationship at a time, one conversation at a time, one healing at a time, one saving at a time. Like allowing the roots to be established deeply, then being able to cultivate it so it can be spread wide.
I love that. So let the main thing be the main thing. Well, we've actually run out of time. It's been absolutely a pleasure, JB, and been a huge blessing. Thank you.
Yes,
Jamie,
thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And thank you for coming last minute. And I think there's a bigger conversation we could have here, Jamie. And this is you're meeting just part of our team. And I think there's places that we can have more, more of a talk and really go from there. So Jamie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Audience, give her that thunderous round of applause. The comments have been flying the whole time. And Jamie, we will talk to you very soon. Thank you again. All right, here we go. So Jeff, we're just going to keep rocking and rolling here.
Let's keep going.
Because when you got somebody, as I say, beaming in, isn't that always funny? But beaming in from Japan, it's such an honor. And one of her good friends, Motoko, is just, I do calls with her almost every 2 weeks because we've developed this relationship of honor and respect in what we're doing, what we're building. So I'm going to bring up Lina. There you go. Hi there.
Hello.
And I'm going to tell them a little bit about you, and then we're just going to sort of have an open conversation for about 18 minutes. How's that sound?
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You are the founder of a startup that transforms food waste into bio-based materials using fermentation technology. You used to work at a bank. You left finance to pursue this mission. You studied microbiology at the university and then launched your company. You believe it is possible to achieve both business success, and social impact. You aim to help improve the status of women in business, both in Japan and globally. The biomaterials we produce through fermentation can be used in food and beverages, and our work contributes to solving these issues: food security, public health, and food waste. Thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I feel great and hearing all about myself. I see the ambitious in myself.
Isn't it funny when somebody reads our bio or intro and there's somewhere like, that's me, I did that, I'm moving forward, right? It sort of grounds us in humility and makes us feel that we're really being of service. So we have a worldwide audience here. They're listening as over 50 countries. Some are in villages. Some are in big CEO towers, and they're all we're talking about leadership all day. And it's been a great day that way. We've had Joseph McClendon and Sharon Lecter and so many else really discussing that. I'm gonna open a question, then turn it over to Jeff too. From your perspective, and being a leader in Japan and being a woman CEO, because we just had the Women's Journal on just a little bit ago. How do you perceive leadership, and how do you create leadership with the people around you?
Yeah, thank you for asking. Usually when you're CEO of a startup, there should be lots of model cases that you see, and you meet many people, and there are so many books on it, articles and podcasts. But actually, sometimes I don't feel like I feel most of the model cases tend to be men, lots of energy, guts, and sometimes I ask for advice when I'm so stressed. They say oh, you should do triathlon, run, and focus. And sometimes I feel okay, but no, I'm not that athletic, and this might be not something that I really want to do for stress relief. And sometimes I feel that I may need a different model. So sometimes I see it I should not follow all the typical cases that you hear often. So that's what I find it difficult, to be honest. But right now in Japan too, there start to be more female, no, women founders, not many. So that helps me a lot. Sometimes try to have conversation with her, and especially like the person Motoko that you mentioned. She's been my mentor, and trying to be like so natural about her, but still the really the great person, trying to pursue both being herself and the making the business that she wants to do. So that's the challenge, that I'm seeing right now.
I love that. And, as leaders, right, we're all growing and we're looking to aspire to be more like, our mentors or people of history or something like that. So, as a woman CEO in Japan, who are some of the mentors in history or the leaders in history that you aspire to be more like, and how have they impacted your life?
To be really honest, I don't have much, but the one person definitely that inspired me was somebody that Michael just mentioned. That the Japanese founder and the CEO in media. But
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So let's talk about some leadership qualities, and I find John Maxwell is one of the guys that I've learned a lot about leadership when he's talking about his 21 laws of leadership. And as one of the laws there is the law of the lid, right? We can only have our people rise so far between, if I'm at 8, our people are only going to be a 7 or a 6. So what are some of the things that you can help, leaders to raise that ceiling, raise that lid to become a better, more effective leader?
What are
some of the qualities that, leaders can lean into to learn how to be more effective?
It's difficult. I'm trying to think.
Well, if you take a look at what you've created already, right? This is great. This is where we all sort of think about it, as a CEO up and coming, and you have now a team around you, right? Because you're creating a startup, so you have to create a team. You're helping them sort of rise up because of your leadership. And I think it's that type that the mentors around you, like Motoko, right? Someone like that, and they're going to start to look at you as a mentor. What are one or two of your, would you say, best qualities when it comes to building a business? It could be the knowledge of, what do you see for yourself?
Okay, I think the fact that I never give up to things that people find it challenging, because what I've been doing, that I started my startup 16 years ago. It's kind of long, and it's all about sustainability and trying to achieve both business growth and the social impact. And turning food waste into like bio ingredients is something, if you hear it now, it sounds pretty like something that you can make money, but back maybe 5 years ago, the people, even like the VCs, or almost most of the people in business were like, are you sure that's what you want to do for business? It might be good for social, that things like non-profit, but I was so serious that this will definitely be something for business. So just keep on doing and believing in what I do. That seems to mean something for it, not just my people or team, but also other people.
What drew you? Hold on one sec, Jeff. Let me just finish this. What drew you to wanting to create something that really would help the planet? What drew you to that?
I just had a feeling that the gut feeling that this will definitely be a big business. And if I, from my experience from working for a bank, I knew that I like doing business, but at the same time, if I'm spending so much time, like sometimes stressed out, it should be something that I can feel that I'm doing good for, not just for myself, but for like other people or for community. If it just feels good. And then looking at what I'm doing, this will definitely make money. People, I couldn't see any reason why people don't really see it. So it was simply my gut feeling.
Okay, because you looked at, I look at your bio, right? And you talk about contributes to food security. Talk a little bit about that.
Okay, yeah. Basically what we do is we work on the food waste coming from the side stream, the waste, coffee grounds, or all kinds of residue coming after you make drinks or foods and stuff like that. And with that technology, we can turn them into something that you can use for the food, cosmetics, or food additives, all sorts of things. And looking at what's happening in the world, the population is growing, meaning you have to source something. And sometimes that you should use for like additives or fashion or anything should be used for something that people eat. And also, there's a lots of security reasons and like disconnects globally, like tariff issues and things that you may want to source things in your own country. Then my point is, why not use all the residue that's see in front of you? So with that technology, we can use the waste that was not being utilized at all into something that you can use internally, and also it's good for the environment as well, and it makes good business too.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff. You had a question.
Yeah, no, I just had a question, and coming back around to like belief and resilience, like never giving up, right? And I don't want to make an assumption. I want to ask the question. Being a female CEO in doing what you're doing in this space, you would have had to tune out the noise, right? And the distractions, like people saying you can't be doing this, you could, so you've got to really have a strong belief in what you're doing in that space. So what are some of the things that you use to help you to tune out the noise and stay focused on the main mission?
Yeah, thank you so much. That was exactly the struggle that I had, especially at the beginning stage. People will say, I don't see the business model here or stuff like that. And first I was listening to all these people, but I'm pretty lucky when I'm have issues. I happen to meet like a great mentor that can say, you can forget about it. So you can trust me. So the first person was somebody who had the experience doing the business, supported like a listed corporations. And he said, okay, no, you may hear all the noises, but I see something in you. That means he actually said that I think you can change the world. And now that I'm like, why did I believe 100% that much? But that was the word that I really needed to hear. And especially now I keep on meeting that kind of people. It's definitely one person that I met, Lisa Dyson from Air Protein. She's like a super, super great person, and had a chance to meet her. And she told me that you should follow your gut feeling. But of course, it's based on all my experience. I've been doing this for 16 years. I should know more than other people who keep on advise me, right? So sometimes I try to be really open and honest and open to new ideas, but I try to be selective who I should hear from, who is okay not to hear.
Right, that's right. And every time, it is true. We have to like tune out the noise, because the noise will always, and there's a tendency of they want to bring you back so to their comfort level, but you're extending yourself out. But you keep saying you've been doing this for 16 years, and I'm like, what an honor. And I keep trying to go back to what keeps you going, right? Because 16 years, and I understand there's missions, like we can look at a lot of business stories that it took them 30 years to get to where they want to go. But what keeps you going?
It may sound funny, but it's just so much fun. Yeah. Because first, because nobody almost believed I started use our ingredients. We do have a factory, so make ingredients, turn them into cosmetics, and was selling. I was at the select shops, department store all day, and it was kind of fun talking to the people you never know, and then going to the B2B business. Now I'm talking to almost every day, talk to the large corporation, or I have a chance to go global. I just came back from France and going to Spain next week, and it's just exciting, and have this opportunity to be with you. You never imagine, unless you keep on doing, have that opportunity to talk with the people online. I talk about leadership, so it's just fun and exciting to all these opportunities, and I keep meeting the people that inspire me, saying that, oh, what you're doing is great and interesting, and so I'm like, why not?
Right.
Good.
There's something here. I love this story because we are, in America, let's be honest, we're very impatient. And I know this broadcast is going all around the world. And if like something doesn't happen tomorrow, we do something else. And what you're showing is, especially because you're going to change the planet, you're going to make a difference, you're going to help with sustainability, and there's a business model with it too. And you're willing to do whatever it does to make it work, and you're having fun because you're learning a lot, you're meeting a lot of cool people, and you're doing that now after 16 years. So you were willing to put in the time to get there, which for me, I honor you so much just for what you're doing. Jeff, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I think the fun is probably been brought from obsession, right? So I've almost got to be obsessed to keep going, 16 years after that journey. So, obsession's a bit of a different quirk to, mission and focus, right? It's how would you describe obsession and having fun with it and really just digging in for 16 years?
Yeah, no, I think you can definitely say I'm so obsessed. And in a different way, my family keeps on saying that she may die, if you take this business from her. For now, that might be true. But, you said that the people in the States keep on changing like the next day. And I might be same in that way. Things at the top or bottom or somewhere, it's always the same. Want to do something that can prove to people that I met that try to achieve both business growth and social impact can be possible. But except for that, I've been trying to do so many things. So like today I was doing the cosmetics, and tomorrow I might be doing something else, but still it's been the same. So it's the fun part is that you can try many things, right? And if you are in a larger corporation, it might be tough. But being in a startup, of course, there's lots of communications, but we can try. And if it doesn't work out, we might come back and do something else again. So I think I can say obsessed because I love what we're doing, and I love the purpose and missions. But at the same time, the fact that we are a startup and we can try so many sorts of things. So that's the good part, I think.
Yeah. I appreciate you so much. You taking your time. Are you sitting in Japan right now?
Yes. Tokyo.
Oh, awesome. Tokyo. I loved it. When I was there in February, by the way, everybody out there, I loved Japan. I had the most amazing experience. And I didn't even get to places, right? I got to come back because I want to go to Kyoto. There's a lot of places I want to get that I didn't get to, but I found that the people over there it was so respectful. It was so clean. I just loved it. And the food we ate, it was great. And I thank you so much for being on here, because I think sometimes people are afraid to start something, or afraid they have an idea, they have something good, but there's that fear, or the people around them, like you said, say, no, 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 no. And you were willing to push through that. Just one last question, and then we'll need to let you go. I'm thinking this through, but how about this? What is one thing you could tell your audience that you think a new entrepreneur should know?
Talk and meet the right people and follow your gut feeling.
Yeah. I love the gut feeling part, because we talked about that earlier, right? And people don't do that sometimes. They're fearful of their gut feeling, and that doesn't move them forward. So, Linnea Sakai, Linnea-san, thank you so much for being on here today. Motoko just thinks you're amazing, and Motoko's amazing. And this is the end of the show for us today. But I think what you've done is you've given people really that thought of, I can do this. I can do. She's doing it for 16 years already, right? And she was a bank and did all this, and you're continuing to do it to make a difference, to make a business. And there's also multiple businesses that are available as long as you stay on track. And you said get the right mentors, and I think that makes the difference. So thank you so much for being on with us today. I really appreciate the time. Thank you. I look forward to. We're going to have you back, because I would like to go deeper into really what it is that you do, and continuing to change the planet. And next time you see Motoko, say hi for me.
Yes,
So
definitely do that. So everybody
I,
waiting from Japan. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
thank you. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon. All right. Have a great afternoon. Bye, Lydia. You know, all right. Yeah, there we go. I know I'm quick on the trigger. She was great. I mean, I love it because it's the message of being a leader is you keep going. And I
Yes.
love that the day started with Joseph McClendon talking about PTSD and how we all have it. So we all have those things that can stop us. We all have pains and aches and trials and tribulations. I could break into song here, but there's all these things that stop us from moving forward. I mean, you and I have had experiences, right? Between you,
Yep.
you're trying to take your neck out, right?
Yep.
And between my back and hip and things, and so that's why I'm moving a lot today, everybody. But we're still here. We're
That's
still
it.
here, and we still show up.
Yep. I had a horse jump on my neck and I had to go through an identity crisis and come out the other side of that. And you know what? As weird as it sounds, I'm actually grateful for that experience.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's made me to be the person I am today. What I actually love about the whole through line of today's conversations, and Joseph set it up really, really well. You know, everybody's been talking about the qualities of leadership, and you know, Joseph was talking about the 5 qualities, right? Integrity, you know, let your yes be a yes. We had tenacity, and so you know, resilience. And then we've had like energy and, you know, the energy transferring and getting people to, you know, follow you, not be, you know, because they want to follow you, but not because they have to follow you, but because they want to. But then we also talked about kindness and joy. And I love that every speaker who followed was touching on those 5 points. It was an amazing setup and through line throughout the whole day.
Yeah, it really was. And I really, the thing is, everybody had fun, right? So make sure you had fun. We enjoy being here from myself and the Los Angeles Tribune and Mr. Morak, and it is really about how we are making a difference and how we're keeping that positive media. And so, first of all, for staying with us all day, which a lot of you did, give yourselves a round of applause, right? We do this, right? I got to go through the screen, but and Jeff, you've just done a brilliant job today. You really took care of our back end. There was a big team on with us today from myself and you and Parisa Rose and Jason and Donna and Karen Hall did a whole section for the
Yes.
Women's Journal. And I'm always going to leave somebody out, but I do. And Chris running the panel. And if I left somebody out, I am so sorry. I do it every time. And really for Joseph McClendon being here, for one of my business partners, Mary Glorfield, who was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. There's so much we do together and so much that we help each other that makes the difference every single time. So just one last time, we would love you to register so you could be part of not only what we're creating, but I'm going to have a special call for all of you Sunday night. For those of you listening, we're just going to go over some of the things we learned. We're going to get to know each other. We can do a little networking. If you can make it, fantastic. If you can't, fantastic. But make sure that you sign up. All you have to do is just register at latleadershipweek.com. And we'll just keep moving forward. Jeff, last words before I let them go.
I'm just fired up. Like, this is only day 2, and we've still got 6 days left to go. And there's just been so many golden nuggets. Like, this has just been an absolute gem masterclass of leadership, and one of these ones that will continue to go back and watch over time and time again. And just so grateful for everybody who's tuned in from around the globe, from Puerto Rico, from the Philippines to India to Italy to Australia to America. And it's just amazing, like the global impact that we are having here. And that's one of the reasons why I have chosen to, lock arms and run with this amazing team and serve, because the positive impact, the legacy impact that this is going to have, just not for this year, but for generations to come. And just so honored and blessed, especially for our CEO, Mo Rock, to be able to just cast the vision wide and basically be a floodlight, not a spotlight. And I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. We're kicking off with Jim Quick, and it's going to be an amazing session.
It really is. And the whole day, I was trying to quickly look at the whole day, but here, I can do it and you can still hear me. We have this day of start kicking off with Jim Quick, and then we have thought leaders and podcasters, and then we have a whole group from Vietnam. for the Vietnam Journal. It's going to just be spectacular because it is about that learning. And then we're going to have thought leaders from Singapore and from Malaysia and on and on and on. And then the next day, we're going to kick off with Mr. Gene Simmons. So we can't wait, right? Worldwide marketing, and it only gets better. So, all right. So from myself, Mr. Mo Rock, the Los Angeles Tribune, Jeff, thank you for co-hosting and helping. Thank you, everybody out there. We're gonna basically take this out. You can re-listen. You can get the information. 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10 a.m. tomorrow Pacific Standard Time. Be on early. Share it with everybody you know. Let everybody know that this is the right place to be. And you are our family, one team. And I'm going to count this down, and then we're going to let you go. Jeff's got his finger on the button. Here we go. 3, you're all amazing. 2, we'll see you tomorrow. 1, here we go.